Está bien bueno el playlist. Está cortito, pero está bien bueno.
Sí. Héctor se lo aventó.
Sí, es puro talento nacional, ¿sabías?
Sí, justamente es, pues con todos sus amigos, él consiguió.
Sí. ¿De verdad? ¿Toda su banda? Órale.
Sí, conocido, pues y el Héctor ya sabes cómo se mueve.
Qué perro, güey. Yo nada más le conozco a Leslie, a Microm. Es una morra que programa bien chido. Es muy buena.
Hello, Dave. Hello.
Hi, Dave.
I'm sorry, my little baby's crying in the background. Hey, everyone. Here we go.
Hello,
Good to meet
Thomas.
He's going to go for a walk in the park in a minute.
Yeah, no worry. How are you, Dave?
Good.
Good. Oh, poor Thomas. All right. Let's start. I'm going to present you in Spanish, Dave. Is that okay?
That sounds great. Gracias.
Gracias. Hang on. Just let me go to your slide. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to present our next speaker, who is a very good friend of mine, and I'm going to present you in Spanish. So here we go. Dave Crossland es un diseñador tipográfico inglés y es el administrador de programa en el equipo de Google Fonts, donde comisiona cientos de tipos de letra para más de una docena de sistemas de escritura. Él creó la tipografía Cantarell, una humanista sans serif contemporánea, como estudiante en el posgrado de diseño tipográfico en Reading. Cantarell fue elegido como el tipo de marca para GNOME 3. Su tesis de maestría relacionó el movimiento de la libertad del software libre con el diseño tipográfico. Enseña diseño tipográfico en el colectivo Crafting Type y participa activamente en proyectos de edición de fuentes como FontForge y Ron Bender. And with that, Dave, thank you so much for joining us, and you can share your screen.
Give me 1 second to get it all set up.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just,
Thomas.
I'm sorry. Yeah, just give me a second.
Yeah, and thank you so much, Dave, for your time. I know that your calendar is packed, and we are really happy for have 1 hour of Dave.
Alexa, apaga radio.
Thank you. Yeah, I've prepared a deck to talk through some topics, and then hopefully we'll have some time for some discussions afterwards.
Yep. Perfect. Hakim says hello. Did you guys have any chance to eat? A little bit, just a little bit.
Brought snacks to this.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, when I click the screen share button, it says host disabled screen sharing.
Oh, no. Oh, because you're not co-host yet. Hang on. Just Dave Crossland, make co-host, and then you will be able to share your whole screen. Now. Perfect.
I think it's working. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so let me let me grab the baby and see if that'll make him quieter. Just a second. You want to present? All right. Hello. Okay, so great. So I'm here today to talk a little bit about my personal view about the future of variable fonts. Yeah, we the kind of big question I think around variable fonts is, what is the purpose? What is the benefit of variable fonts? We see a lot of flashy, bouncing GIF images on social media. It seems fun, but what are the real benefits to users? And so I really see that there are three categories of benefits: to compress, to express, and to finesse. And so I see the future of variable fonts running along those three tracks. And so that's really what I wanted to present and discuss with you all today. So that first value, that first benefit, to compress, what does that mean? Well, if you go to fonts.google.com today, you can see that we have this little checkbox that allows you to filter to show only the variable fonts. And so when you do that, you can see we've got a growing collection of variable fonts. And the majority of these just have a weight axis today. And so that weight axis allows you to take what would have been 9 styles up to 9 weights in a classic pre-variable fonts family and compress them into a variable font weight axis. And depending on the way that the font has been developed, that could be 2, 3, 4 equivalent fonts that you're getting for effectively 9 weights plus everything in between. And so here we see, if you scroll down on the font specimen page,
Dave. Your microphone's making some popping.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me know if it happens again. Let me. Sometimes this I think Thomas has been eating it too much.
Yeah. Maybe.
Okay.
You can put,
so.
Maybe you can put input microphone from your laptop and.
Oh.
Sorry to interrupt.
Let's see how to do that. That's okay. It's good. It's good. Let me see.
Oh, I mean, on the preferences, I believe.
There we go. I think I've done it. All right. So you should be getting the audio now.
Perfect voice. Perfect.
From the laptop.
Yes.
All right. Do you want me to go back? Shall I go back a bit? All right. So I was saying, on Google Fonts, you can now filter to see the variable fonts. The fonts we have, many of them only have a weight axis because they've been upgraded. These were existing font families. And so they would have a range of weights. You can see here 9 weights from 100 to 900 in Roman styles. And when you take a family like that and you upgrade it to be a variable font with a weight axis, you get this compression benefit because you can now get all up to 9 weights for the kind of file size cost of just 2, 3, maybe 4, depending on the sort of complexity of the design. And so this compression benefit is substantial. That one second. No, don't touch that. Okay, so compression benefit does also have a little bit of the other two benefits inside it. And so you can see here, with this range of weights, we've got a big range of weights here. So we've got a very, heavy weight, and then we can go down to a thin weight. And then at this size, that thin weight is maybe not as thin as it looked, on the front page. And so here you can see the weight axis goes down past 100 down to 1. And so when we go to 1, we can see that very, very, very thin weight. And it's quite legible at this size, although we can see some kind of inconsistencies in the rendering. You can see, like on the end of the second line there, the stem of the F seems a little bit darker than the rest. And overall, the line quality is sort of, a little bit patchy. And so that suggests that this extreme weight is a little bit too thin for this size. And maybe if we increase it to weight number, 2, 3, 4, 5, then hopefully you get more even rendering. So here we start to see how just the weight axis by itself can start to, pull up other issues, which can be addressed with other variations axes. But this idea, I think, is showing that we have this, with the weight axis, this possibility of a really expressive range of weights. Okay, so here's the same axis again, the weight axis on QFAM, which is a Latin Arabic script font. And so you can see, again, it has this range of weights. And as with Latin, when you, go to a heavier weight, what you find is that it gets wider as it gets heavier. And so that extension in width has led to the line wrapping here onto 2 lines. And then if you were to pick a, sort of more medium weight, this, is a sort of custom weight here. Then if we slightly adjust it, just one step, then we can attune that width so that it fits all on one line in this space. And so this ability to sort of, finesse your text, in this case, to finesse the headline, just using that one weight axis, but using its, effect on the width to fit it to the space. This is that kind of finessing, which I think can be very powerful for text typography. So that's the weight axis. The primary benefit of the weight axis is its ability to compress a set of styles that you would have had before, very typically. And there's, I think there's potentially future benefits. We can improve variable fonts to get even more compression. But in terms of the typography, then what we're seeing here isn't especially new typography, unless we consider that our typography has been restricted because of the file size constraints. Many web developers, would recommend to only use a couple of weights of a type family before because of that file size constraint. Okay, so on to the next benefit, expression. And so I want to dive a little bit deeper into the font format now and sort of recap the history here. So if we're talking about the future, we should be sure to know what's happened in the past. So the old days, back in the 1990s, there was this sort of thing, the tech press called the font wars. And you had Apple, Adobe, Microsoft, and other tech companies figuring out what the kind of most popular, most widespread cross-platform font format was going to be. And the Adobe PostScript formats and the Microsoft Apple TrueType formats, were sort of the big contenders. And there was this sort of first generation of variations technology that was in these vendors' formats. So the Adobe format had this technology they called multiple master. And Monotype had this great blog post series out when variable fonts first came out. And they had these great GIFs showing off how this worked. And so you can see in the multiple master model, you would draw your so-called master designs and these would be at the sort of corners of the design space, and then you would be able to interpolate and fill in between these extremes. And the one of the tricky things with this model is that your default design, which is in the middle of this square design space of weight and width variations, is being interpolated, and this can make it tricky to get the design, that's most commonly used, the default design right in the middle, to be exactly what you want, because you're drawing the masters sort of, a step removed from that. So the Apple sort of TrueType GX model worked a little bit differently, and it started with that central design, that default design, and then you would design these interpolation masters out from that. And so you could recreate exactly the same design with this different model. It's just that your masters would be sort of in the middle of the edges of the square, as you can see. And the benefit to this is that as you increase the number of axes, then it's a little bit sort of easier to imagine and to deal with, because as you add another axis, you're always relating it to that central default, and you don't have to keep adding corners in, so that as the number of axes increase, the number of masters is not growing exponentially. So this is maybe a little bit abstract, but I want to talk about this history, because as we get into what this technology can do, it's important to understand that this is the model which has been taken up in OpenType variable fonts, this GX model, where you start from the default and you can keep on adding axes, and they can potentially just have one master along the axis. So like here at the beginning, you see that top line, just the default one master, and then that's going to work with the rest of the design space. Okay, so this was announced now over 4 years ago at the A-Type-I conference in Warsaw in 2016. And here on the stage we've got representatives from the major tech operating system and design companies: Google, Microsoft, Apple, and Adobe. And I think that this is sort of it was an amazing thing that these technology companies sort of really came together and developed this in a very short amount of time. And since then, there hasn't been a tremendous amount of forward progress and innovation around this technology. So at that time, in late 2016, then I started discussing with David Burlow at Font Bureau. David had been working with Apple 25 years earlier, when that TrueType GX format was being developed at Apple, and he had some very interesting ideas for how to kind of push the limits of this format to demonstrate what it can do. And so this express idea, he developed this demo font, which I commissioned to work with him on. And this project was intended to kind of really show how expressive this variations technology can be. And that project is Decovar. So Decovar is a sort of Art Deco sans serif. And as you can see from this GIF, it's there's a lot of variations, a lot of styles that are built into this. And so it's developed where there's a kind of skeleton and terminal structure. So even though on the top row here you see what looks like a quite plain sans serif design, each of those strokes is actually being composed out of many little substroke pieces. And so on the second design underneath, you can see that by varying the terminal pieces, that you get something that feels very different, even though it has the same underlying structure. And then here again, you can see the same thing. Varying the terminals in a different way creates something which feels very different again. And then, to get something that really looks very different, the skeletons can also be varied. And this is provided as a weight axis, although as an Art Deco design, the way that the weight is applied on the some of the skeleton strokes is asymmetrical, and so a little bit atypical. But I think works as a demonstration of what the technology can do very well. So all of the variations in Decovar were put to use by web developer Mandy Michael, and she has this great code pen where she's sort of using a lot of other CSS techniques to make this very sort of expressive use of Decovar. What I've shown you so far, I think is maybe there's some rough edges. It was a prototype design after all. Looking at that bold, maybe on the bottom of the stem of the A, maybe it should be flat with the baseline. There's certainly refinements further that could be made. But what I've shown you so far overall, looks very, very typical. So I want to take you to the Axis Praxis page here. So Axis Praxis is this very popular site for showing off lots of variable fonts, and it has this great feature on its sidebar here to control the different axes. And it's got this great feature that you can, reset the axes to their default values like this. And then it's got a randomize button, and this will set the axes to random locations. And you can see that, with so many different ways of varying Decovar, it creates kind of a total mess every time. Now there is a little bit of, some kind of, 90s grunge type to this. And so there are these named instances in Decovar. So we can go back to that rounded version we started with, and we can look at, the flared version, which I also showed earlier. And then the last in the list here is Mayhem, which, sort of picks, a set of those, sort of kind of, really almost randomized positions in such a way that it creates something which is still legible. Is the idea. So this demonstrates, I think, this important thing in Decovar, which is that there are these kind of no-go spaces, these sort of badlands within the design space, which are really never intended to be accessed. And so one thing I think that's going to be important for the future of variable fonts, especially these kind of expressive variable fonts, is an ability to sort of mark out in the design space these sort of no-go areas, which maybe you don't want to completely prohibit, like with that Mayhem example. There may be some special rare cases where you do want users to be able to go there, but you want to indicate that certain areas of the design space are more or less favorable or useful. Okay, so what potentially there's a sort of, I think, a flip side to this as well, which is that there can be different user interfaces for variable fonts, which may allow users to make better choices. So in Axis Praxis, we've got this just very typical list of sliders, and on the Decovar specimen page here, then we have this slightly different user interface, which allows us to see the different skeletons and to vary them, using one slider. So instead of having 4 sliders for these 4 skeleton axes, then we just have one slider. And then similarly, we have all of these different terminal types. And we can also have one slider for all of them. And by picking a skeleton and a terminal which are related, we can find these like very harmonious combinations. So I'm just gonna bring Thomas back into the presentation. Gonna help? Yeah? Yeah? Oh no! Oh no!
Baby, don't cry.
Look, it's a font. Look, it's a font. You've seen that a lot. All right. Okay. So where was I now? So yeah, there's this idea that we have there's this potential to have different kinds of interfaces and to have some metadata in the font which can hint as to what kind of user interface is going to be more relevant and more helpful for users to explore the design space. So not only to have this kind of overlay of the design space to say, what is the green area, the yellow area, the red area, the kind of no-go area. Maybe there's also there's going to be value in having information in the font that user interfaces can use. And I think this is an interesting idea because it kind of breaks out the box of what a font typically is dealing with, and is speaking to something that's much higher up in the sort of technology stack. Okay, so on to the next and third and final area. So these three values: to compress, to express, to finesse. Well, what do we mean by finesse? Well, the most common kind of finesse is the optical size axis. And so you can see here is the second typeface, which commissioned from David Berlow in the Font Bureau back in 2016. So this is the original Amstelvar. And you can see here there's three optical size designs. At the top, there's a kind of micro design of very small sizes. Oh, hello? Was that a question for me? I'm not sure. Okay, I thought I heard something. Okay, so then on the bottom we have the optical size as it was then for 72 points, the sort of largest size of the original Amstelvar Alpha. And so here you can see those sort of same designs updated with the kind of Amstelvar 1.0, our new development of Amstelvar. Yeah, the same, optical size variations. And then this GIF is something that Peter van Blokland put together back then, to show how the optical size is changing. Along the bottom, you see the text fixed size, and at the top, you see the size changing as the optical size axis changes. So you can see that there's a very fluid continuum where you have these different size master designs, and they're being interpolated continuously up and down from the smallest point size to the largest point size. And so that is, I think quite, unusual that a lot of families which have been offered for text typography with a range of optical sizes have often offered them as, micro, text, subhead, deck, banner, poster, these kinds of named sizes, and often those are associated with ranges. So each one, is a discrete chunk, rather than having a continuous range from the smallest to the largest. And unfortunately, I've seen that there have been some font families released that continue this, even though there's the possibility to have an optical size axis. The typeface is released as a set of fonts with maybe just a weight axis or weight and width axes, but there isn't a continuous optical size axis. And the reason that I think it's important to have that continuous fluid optical size axis is that when you're working as a typographer, you're creating these ramps, these typographic scales. So here on the left, you can see the classic material design type ramp that's using classic Roboto. And you can note how the lightweight style is used for the two largest sizes. The proportions on that H at the beginning of the word headline you can see change on the top two sizes. And in the third largest size, the regular is being used, but it kind of makes it, it kind of seems bolder. Oops. Well done with your foot there, Thomas. Very good. Okay, so the point is that you have this uneven color because you're sort of trying to approximate optical sizes using the different weight styles, and maybe some tracking as well to subtly finesse things. On the right, we have this new version of Roboto that David Berlo and Todd Bureau have produced, for Santiago and others. And that this has this smooth optical size axis like Amstelvár, and you can see the typographic color is totally smooth at all of those sizes, and there's no tracking, there's no change in weights. This is all regular, but it's the regular through the optical size axis. And so here you can see, it's that ramp applied to some running text. Again, you can see, the color is kind of uneven, and then here's a, refreshed design with the optical size turned on. Okay, so there's actually a bit more to Amstelvár and to Roboto Flex than the optical size axis. And I want to sort of dive into this because I think this is really the key thing to finessing text typography. In our A-Type I presentation last week, we gave some examples, and I want to give a fresh, different example that hasn't really been discussed very much. So here we can see that we've got Roboto Flex, in this type ramp, and Google has been developing for its branding Google Sans. So here's Google Sans in the same ramp. Now you can imagine that if you're developing an application for Android, you might want to have some typography which is similar to Google Sans, but if you're not Google, you're not using Google Sans. So you can use the parametric axes in Roboto Flex to kind of make the font into a bit of a chameleon. And so you can make subtle adjustments to Roboto Flex to more closely match, as a fallback to this proprietary branding font. So you can see here, toggling between them, that we've adjusted the X height, we've adjusted the width of the caps, and there's very little jumping between these two compared to the original Roboto as shown here. Okay, so this idea of these parametric axes, I want to dive deeper into them. So this ability to kind of make the font a bit of a chameleon to make it a better fallback match, how does that work? Well, these axes, this set of parametric axes, have been explained on the variationsguide.typenetwork.com site. And so I want to go over here, and so here it is. So this is a very long page, and it's got this introductory explanation at the top, and then it has this numbered set of 23 axes, and it goes through quite tersely to describe what they are in the format similar to what's used in the OpenType specification itself. And so yeah, we have, oops. So fundamentally, the parametric axes are a deconstruction of form, and the form is being deconstructed in 4 ways. I see that the GIF is not going here. Well, yeah, there's these 4 ways shown here. So as you can see on the top left, the XOPQ, X opacity axis, is adjusting the stems on the H, and in the O, it's the what are typically the thicker parts of the letter. And the counterforms are staying the same. The contrast on the thinner strokes, on the bar of the H, that stroke width is staying constant. So this is a deconstruction of form in this kind of one, discrete aspect. And then on the top right, we see the opposite, which is the opaque shapes, the black shapes, the positive shapes, are being adjusted only in the Y dimension. And so you can see that the H there, the stems remain the same, and it's the bar and the serifs that are being adjusted. And in the O, it's sort of reverse contrast almost at a certain point, and then becomes very high contrast because those stems are being adjusted at that place. Then on the bottom row, we have the same X and Y dimension changes, but these are being applied to the transparent or negative shapes only. So bottom left, we see the counterforms along the X dimension horizontally are changing, and the stroke widths remain exactly the same. And on the right, bottom right, we see that the negative shapes are changing in the Y dimension, but again, the strokes and the X dimension counterforms shapes are also being completely fixed. And so these kind of four fundamental elements at play in type design, the X and the Y directions, and the opaque and transparent shapes, are kind of being isolated. And these four things you can kind of think of like primary colors, like in a print press design, you would have like CMYK colors, four colors, and so it's not exactly the kind of primary colors you use in primary school, when you're a kid painting, but they're four colors that are mixed together to create a lot of almost all other colors, right? And so similarly, these four axes, these parametric axes, can be mixed or blended together to create all different kinds of variations. And so, the variations guide sort of goes into detail on them. And at the bottom of the page, there are these two proposals for glyph axes. And this is kind of what I think is something that's very interesting, very powerful, and hasn't really been explored yet, because it isn't actually supported properly in the OpenType 1.8 format. And so this is this example here of how you could use this kind of parametric variation to adjust the numerals in this case to represent changes to a glyph feature which would otherwise be represented as an OpenType feature. So in this case, we have numerals, and so these are like the lining number style. And then we can imagine having a small cap style where we're adjusting the Y dimension transparent shapes down, and then also adjusting the opacity both in X and Y so that the letter forms are not deformed, and you get this different height of letter. And then similarly, you would have the ability to adjust the letters further for other kinds of number styles. And so rather than having duplicate glyph data that's accessed through OpenType features, we could reduce the amount of glyph data that we have by accessing those features as design space locations. And so, I think this is going to be very interesting to see how you can have a set of parametric axes that can be used to kind of construct the width, the weight, the optical size, and even more aspects of the typeface. So, the idea of small caps, that these could be represented in the font file as parametric axis blends. And this is, giving you an example for the Latin script. And here we are on the last day of the TMX 2020 event. And, this is sort of got a range of talks looking more internationally. And so I want to discuss a project which I commissioned from Black Foundry, which is called Robo CJK. And they have this great website where they have explained a little bit how to get going with it. And so if you Google search Robo CJK, you'll come to their original repo, and you can see they've got a new repo here. And this has got a user guide. There we go. And so this is a Git-based collaborative tool for developing true pan CJK typefaces. And so they have a number of RoboFont extensions, but the idea is that you have this ability to create the Hanzi glyphs or kanji glyphs or the Hangul glyphs through composition of components which are varied through their own little design spaces. And so you have the elements, the glyphs being composed out of elements, atomic elements, and then what they call deep components, and then the character glyphs. So you see these three panes here. And so yeah, the atomic elements are like the most fundamental sort of shape here. And so you create a new one, you give it a name, and then you open it up, and we have some additional RoboFont extensions for specifically drawing CJK letter forms. So we use the shape tool, put in this nice square shape, and then create its different interpolation masters through layers. And so this is using the exact same interpolation technology, that is used by actual variable fonts, and it's using it as this design time technology. So we've now got an atomic element, and then we can compose a deep component out of it. And I'm going to scrub through this one so you have to watch it all. But here we see there's this sort of design frame extension that gives you this sort of 3x3 grid for drawing the Hanzi in. You place the component in, and then you can kind of fit the component to your to what you want using the interpolation plus the typical component transformations like scaling and offset rotation. Okay, so there you can see that out of that single atomic element, we've now created a deep component. And then that can be used to then actually define a full character glyph. And so you can see here, you've got those three panes moving across. And then here's that deep component being applied and offset, positioned, scaled, and then varied so that you can compose the final character. Okay, so that's a quick deep dive into the RoboCJK RoboFont set of extensions. I want to actually step back to Decobar. So I've kind of talked a little bit about this, but I think this is kind of very interesting that what I showed you earlier with Decobar, what I've just shown you with RoboCJK, I see them as very closely related. And when you look inside Decobar, you can see, we've got this kind of X-ray view of it here. And when we look inside Decobar to see how it's created out of these skeletons and terminals, in a way, you can think of Decobar as constructed like a CJK font, where it's being composed out of these little radical pieces. Okay, so yeah, that's sort of the idea that we want to be able to build up a full type family using variations within the font, and this has been discussed in the community, and potentially this is kind of using some of the ideas in the AVAR table and taking them further. So potentially in the future there's going to be an AVAR 2 table which will allow us to do this kind of composition of variations. And this is useful, I think, for CJK fonts, but definitely even still for Latin fonts and expressive ones like Decovar, and sort of more serious text typography ones like Amstavar and Roboto Flex. Okay, so those are the 3 benefits of variable fonts: compress, express, finesse. And yeah, I've sort of taken you through some of the ways I can see the format evolving in the future to really meet users' needs for these 3 things. There's one more thing though that I wanted to let you know about today. And so over this year, there's been a lot of discussions about what the future of variable fonts should be in the sort of hardcore font technology community. And Variations was introduced in 2016, over 4 years now. And the last 2 years particularly, there's been very little progress. And so there's 2 places I think where I want to sort of direct some community attention to, where I think that even if you haven't really been involved in these discussions so far, potentially you have something to contribute. Your ideas, your opinions are going to be valuable. And so the first place is on GitHub. There's a new GitHub repo created this year for the open font format. And if you don't know, the Microsoft OpenType format has actually become an international standard through the International Standards Organization, ISO. And within ISO, there's this group called the MPEG group, which make like the MP4 kind of style video formats. You may have seen those files around. And this is the most popular video standard. So within that MPEG group, there's this effort to standardize font format, because videos have subtitles. So of course, as part of the format, there should be a standard font format. And that was proposed by Microsoft many years ago as based on the OpenType format. I mean, I say based on, they're in sync. OpenType and open font format are really, really the same thing, but OpenType is a trademark of Microsoft. So the MPEG group has this little kind of working group, subcommittee, however you want to call it, for discussing and developing the open font format. And there's now this GitHub repo to discuss these technical issues. And issue 20 on that repo is a proposal. To extend the COLR table, the color table. And this is a proposal to add gradients to the COLR or CPAL format. And this is going to work with variations technology. So the ability to have color variable fonts for the last 4 years has been there, but those color fonts have been limited by needing to have flat colors. So this extension to the color table and the CPAL table is going to allow us to have some much richer designs by using gradients. Okay, so the MPEG group open font format GitHub repo is a place to discuss the future of variable fonts. And then another potential place to discuss this stuff is this new W3C community group for font and text. And this is also on GitHub. And the community group here has a charter, which you can read about. And this is, a very, very broad remit. And so the font and text community group gathers individuals and organizations interested in discussing and developing specifications and implementations for technologies which operate on and at the interface between text encoding and font formats. And examples of such technologies are shaping engines and text layout applications. Now, you'll remember that one of my proposals was for some kind of hints in a variable font to hint at what kind of user interface could be most relevant for users for that particular font. And so I think this is this kind of tricky issue where this is a problem which spans across, it's operating on and at the interface between text encoding and font formats. So yeah, I think that I'm really happy to see this community group being started this year, and it's intended to be a place where everyone in the type and typography community can join and bring their ideas to what the future can be. So I invite you to check it out, and yeah, I think that the future of variable fonts is really up to the community. We've got to produce these fonts. We've got to produce examples of typography of how they're useful, and we've got to explain the benefits of standardizing these things, so that the entire world's typography can be made better. All right, so that's my presentation. It's run a little long, and I know I started a little late, so we've just got 10 minutes on the schedule of questions. I'm curious if anyone has any.
My God, thank you so much, Dave. Yeah, I mean, I could not agree more with that. That when people say that, the future is far, but they don't know that if you want to make it to the future, you have to work right now on the things that you want to be in the future. So it does not going to arrive by itself. You have to work it out. So I could not agree more that we have to make fonts that show what could be done. Yeah. Some questions. Lawrence.
All right. So Lawrence has said, is it intended to register the VOTF axis? Is it intended to register locations on that axis that have reliable meaning between fonts? Well, yeah, I think the idea for me is that we have open type features, and variations is this sort of separate technology right now, right? And when we're specifying our sort of named instances within a variable font, we're sort of accessing instances or styles which were available potentially before, and so for Google Fonts, we've done a lot of weight upgrades, weight axis upgrades. We've taken an existing font family and we've upgraded it to have a weight axis. We've commissioned that, and we want to have that backwards and forwards compatibility, right? So if you have a document that's been made using the fonts before, and then you've got a new version of that font family that's a variable font, you want it to be very, very close together. You don't really want to have a lot of differences there. And the way to sort of really make that work going forwards is to create static fonts for users that need them out of the variable font, right? So that the data is coming from the variable font and it's guaranteed to be really, really close. So for this idea of open type features, well, in the past you would have had a lot of duplicate glyph data. So all of those small caps glyphs, or the old style numerals, the glyph design may not be changing. I mean, it might be, and if it is, then of course you would need new glyph data. But if the glyph data's kind of topology, if the glyph shape isn't really changing, it's just being scaled, rotated, repositioned, then in the same way that you can use a named instance or a stat table named style to access a particular design space location, then we can use those open type features and all of that existing user interface, an investment that's happened in open type features in certain applications, to access these same typographic styles, but drawing from the design space. So yeah, I think that it is absolutely intended that your old style numbers, right, the onum open type feature, if you've set up an axis which allows you to locate the old style numbers by moving some axes in coordination to create the old style numbers out of the default numbers, well, yeah, you want to be able to just say old style numbers, and it's going to dial in those axis locations, and that should definitely be something which happens between fonts. Okay, so Lawrence has replied, the idea is G-sub would point to location VOTF 123, and the VOTF axis would not be exposed to the user. Well, I think that it may not necessarily be a VOTF axis itself. I mean, I'm not sure about how the implementation would work, but the idea is that you're being able to do variation within the glyph rather than, for all glyphs all at once. So for East Asian fonts, for CJK fonts, then you have these nested components, and that themselves are varying. And at the moment, this is like a design time thing. Glyphs app editor has something similar with smart components, and FontLab 7 also has something very similar. So this idea, I think, is something which is existing in kind of design time, in source formats, and has to be compiled and written out with a lot of duplicate data in the font file that's redundant, unnecessary data. So how exactly that's going to work, I don't have specific recommendations. And the W3C community group or the MPEG ISO open font format GitHub, I think those are the places to discuss this in the coming months.
Okay. You guys have more questions? Yeah, Guido.
All right. So for a few cases like small figures, it will be needed somehow, some way to scale the glyphs without having a small glyph master. That will be redundant because we can build small figures by scaling and adjusting the weight. Well, yeah. So if your design can do it with just scaling and the weight axis, then that sounds great. The idea of the parametric axes is that they give you this tremendous power to finesse your glyph designs because they've broken down the black and white shapes, the opaque and transparent shapes in X and in Y. And so you may find that you adjust the weight axis, and it's changing many aspects of the typeface design, and you may need more finer grained control than having everything all bundled up together. And so the idea of the parametric axes is that you get that fine control, and you very rarely maybe would be using just one of those parametric axes by itself. I think it's going to be much more common that your typographic benefit is going to be achieved by using several of those axes in combination. And so there's an early variable font released. I think it was claim to fame is that it was the first variable font that was offered retail. Was by CJ Dunn, the Dunbar font family. And in the Dunbar font family, there's a X height axis. And when you use that axis, you'll see that it's scaling the X height in X and in Y, right? So the proportions of the letters are staying consistent. And if you look at the parametric axis for the lowercase, the Y transparent lowercase axis, YTLC, then it's just changing the transparency in the letter form in the Y dimension. And therefore, it's kind of changing the proportions very radically. As you get much taller, effectively you're making the glyphs narrower. And I've seen some variable fonts out there that have like a height axis, which to me I always found very funny because that isn't a height axis; it's a width axis, but it's being presented in this peculiar way. So I need to go. Oh, Thomas is coming back. Question time.
Yeah.
So that's I think the idea is that you would be able to depending on the design, maybe your weight axis is going to work for your small caps, but there's a lot that you can create by mixing together the parametric axes. You can create the entire weight axis, the width axis, all their variations across different optical sizes, and the small caps, and the old style figures, by mixing just these four axes together. So that's why I think it's a very powerful system, and something which I continued to work with the Font Bureau on for the last few years. And so that dunbar axis, is something that you can create by mixing together the parametric axes to create a true XI axis. All right.
That's wonderful, Dave. Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, Thomas, for your time too.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Really appreciate it. Well, if you guys have more questions for Dave, please drop it on the chat. And thank you, Dave. All right. We are going to treat you with Cyrus. Hello, Cyrus. June, Sam, Mary, Nick. Hello.
Hello. Hey.
Hi, everyone. Hello. So nice to see you guys here at TMX. Welcome. All right, so our next talk is going to be from Occupant Fonts. Occupant Fonts was founded by and is currently led by Cyrus Highsmith, who is a letter drawer, teacher, printmaker, and graphic artist. Apart from Cyrus, Occupant Fonts includes June Shen, Jem Eskenazi, Maria Otsaka, and Nick Schumann. They're an international team of diverse backgrounds hailing from Fort Atkinson, Seoul, Izmir, Oklahoma, and Hamburg. Together, they focus on developing original typefaces. In 2017, they joined Murasawa as the Japanese type company's Latin alphabet counterpart, where Cyrus acts as the creative director for Latin type development. All right, occupants, take it away.
This is another movie time, and I hope you enjoy it. I haven't seen it, so I will be watching this with all of you. All right. You guys seen Cyrus? Are you seeing my screen, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
Hello, we are Occupant Fonts. I'm Cyrus Highsmith. I'm joined by my team, June Shin, Marie Otsuka, Jem Eskenazi, and Nick Schumann. Here we all are together a little more than a year ago in Tokyo for A-Type I. Those are the days. So we're presenting today in English, all of us. And for the Spanish speakers out there, I have to say, que suerte para ustedes, no tienen que escuchar a la pesadilla que es mi español. Please feel free to post your questions in the chat during our talk, and we will answer them as we go. And if there's time, we will answer them afterwards too. So Occupant Fonts is a type foundry based in Providence, Rhode Island. We were founded in 2016. However, in 2017, we became a brand of Murasawa, a type company based in Osaka, Japan. Murasawa has been around for almost 100 years. They're a big company. So this might be a better way to represent the logos. Occupant is an open-ended word. Anyone can be an occupant. It's a matter of what you're occupying in any given moment. You can occupy Wall Street. You can occupy your apartment. You can occupy yourself. To be an occupant, you have to show up. We at Occupant Fonts believe in being present and open-minded. Because of the pandemic, we're no longer occupying our usual co-working spaces in downtown Providence and in New York. And we're working remotely from our homes. And let's be honest, it's been a hard few months. It's been a hard week. It's been hard to stay focused and creative. It's been difficult to remain exciting about the things that usually captivate us. So today we want to share some of our favorite recent work. It's all under the category of what we think of as research and development. These are the projects or parts of projects that we have a personal interest in. The things we do because we like them, less for commercial value. Although we hope they will have some commercial value someday. And you know, for us, working on this presentation has been energizing. It's given us a much needed boost. So we're really grateful for this opportunity. And we hope that it will also be energizing for you. Jun Shin will show some advanced linguistic research she's been doing. Marie will show us a little known part of our website that kind of breaks how websites are supposed to work. Jem will tell you about the trip he's been on during the creation of his new typeface. Nick, who's not a type designer, will share some of the tools he made to help make our design process easier and faster. And finally, I'll share some of the ideas I'm trying to figure out how to articulate about drawing letters for a new book that I'm working on. So, thanks for coming to our presentation.
Hi, I'm June. Like Cyrus said, I'll start off by sharing some very important linguistic research we conduct here at Occupant Fonts. First, I'd like to show you how it all began. We're type designers, so we print out a lot of proofs to look at and mark up. And since we're very attuned to paying attention to both the black and white shapes that together make up the letter forms, we naturally started seeing creatures like this penguin, this bunny, this swan, people's side profiles inside the letter forms, but also in between. Here's a frog-like monster between two Greek characters, and foxes in love I found while kerning. So we were just doing this for fun, but when we were invited to contribute to the Type magazine, we thought this kind of thing was perfect for sharing with type-loving friends. It also reflects the importance of play in our Foundry culture. It felt very us. So here under the title Life Between Glyphs, I contributed some of my doodles, only a tiny bit more dressed up than our pencil drawings. This is a lady between the number 2 and the Cyrillic letter J. I hope I'm saying that right. A chic bob and red lips. J's got style. It doesn't work that well when you say it out loud, but je is, spelled like she, so I went with it. We love puns. We specified the typefaces used too, of course. This is the Kiosko display spread. They say, oh dear, your nose is red. No need to wrap it in. Haha. I'm from Korea, so I snuck in some Hangul there as well, using a Hangul typeface from Morisawa's library. These giraffes with long necks are saying to each other, look, I'm taller than you. Psh, it's neck and neck. Yeah, I'm funny. So these are just some of the goodie bags that I have collected from design conferences. You get a lot of type specimens in these bags. So when we decided to make a type specimen, we thought, what would make a type specimen that people would love and actually want to keep or give to other people? We put this thinking together with the interletter creatures that we had been playing with and were in the back of our minds. And this led to how to speak rooster. And this is when our very important linguistic research project began. By linguistic research, I mean we learned how the rooster cries in different languages, and the research part involved Googling and fact-checking with our friends who are native speakers of the languages that we ended up using. Cyrus illustrated this first book. Let me show you just some of the spreads from the book. This is the English, cock-a-doodle-doo. We ended up including English, Spanish, French, Czech, Icelandic, and Turkish in this volume. This is the Turkish spread, and these jazz roosters seem to be people's favorite. This is our friend Becca and her son with the rooster book. Everyone's got children in their lives, right? Their own nephews and nieces, friends' children, etc., that they can give our book to as a gift. We'd like to joke that it's a long-term investment, hoping the kids would grow up. The kids who grow up with our books will become diehard fans of our fonts 20 years from now. So we included the rooster book in the TDC conference goodie bag a couple of years ago. We also had them at Typographics and got really great responses. We had always envisioned the rooster book to be the first of many in the How to Speak series. Fast forward to 2020, we decided it's time to make this second book happen. And I got to do the second book, which was very exciting. Choosing the animal was really easy because I love dogs. I did have some specific breeds of dogs in mind for the purpose of having interesting shapes to work with in illustrating the book. And I also wanted those like moments of recognition when the reader goes, oh, I know what kind of dog this is, or wow, that looks just like my dog or our neighbor's dog. To decide which typefaces to use in the book, I picked our latest releases, and I wanted the work of every designer on our team to be represented. So Rapport, which I designed this year, Kiosko Display was Jem's latest, Magmatic, Cyrus and I worked on together, and it had just been released earlier this year, and Marie had worked on Allium Rounded. And then the last two were just based on looking at the sketches I had made with, various typefaces in our library and deciding which ones looked the best. On to my research findings. In English, the dog barks bow wow, woof woof, yap yap. In French, waf waf. In Turkish, hav hav. Spanish, wow wow. German, bow bow. Italian, bow bow. Portuguese, ow ow. You probably see the pattern here. A lot of these are similar and end with the ow sound. And this book, being technically a type specimen, we wanted to use as many letters as possible, which is why Portuguese didn't make the cut in the end. Oh, and this is the one that boggles my mind. Romanian dogs say hum hum. In case you don't believe me.
Hum hum.
Yep, it's true. We also considered Russian and Greek because some of our typefaces do include these scripts, although they didn't make it to the final. I still really like this poodle though, and the dog with the cone. Here I'll share some of my earlier sketches. Like we did for the first Rooster book, we worked with the same printer, Pint Sites Press. I wanted to give them a shout out here because they've been so great to work with, and apparently they're the only board book makers based in the US. Ta-da! So here are the two books together, the Rooster book illustrated by Cyrus and the dog book by me. Let me walk you through the dog book. Here's English, French, you'll recognize some of the breeds, Italian, German, Romanian, and Spanish. And of course, at the end of the book, since this is a type specimen, we included a list of the typefaces used, licensing information, etc. So far, we've gotten some amazing endorsements, like a dachshund enjoying the dachshund spread. So cute. Matthew Carter enjoying the book with his plush dog. We began distributing How to Speak Dog in September, and before making it available for sale anywhere, we decided to launch a donation campaign where we ask people to donate any amount of their choice to one of the two organizations we specified, Rhode Island Solidarity Fund and SaveTheChildren.org. And in return, we mail them the book as a thank you gift. We ran the campaign for about a month, and now we have good news for those who missed the campaign. The book is now available for purchase through Catherine Small Gallery and Drawdown Books, two of our favorite independent design booksellers. So please go check them out. If you want to learn more about the book, you can read this quick interview where I answer some questions about the book. So head over to our website.
Hi, I'm Marie. Now that June has shared an example of a bit of an unconventional type specimen, I'll be talking about how our website breaks some conventional rules about type foundry sites. The site was something we made all together. June and Jem handled the design, and I worked on a large part of the development. So I'll be talking about our design process behind this site and how and why we decided to break these 5 common standards that we see in type foundry sites today. So the first rule that we break is that we use all of our fonts, a bunch of them all together. The first thing you'll notice is that you'll see a whole cacophony of fonts when you land on our homepage. And this is something we often teach in typography classes to avoid, to make sure you have a controlled palette. But because we have a large library of occupant fonts, we really wanted to showcase this range in an energetic and active way. And the actual text for each font are headlines of articles we've written. Since we're talking about research for this talk, this is actually where you'd find it all published. It covers a range of writings from details of our type design process to thoughts about critique in design school. Which brings me to rule number 2. This text is intended for reading. And this is actually something that breaks a rule, and it may sound weird. After all, the whole point of fonts is to use them to read. But the type specimen in both printed form and also in online has traditionally been a place where fonts are used without the intention of reading. It's sort of where fonts are kind of freed from their functional purpose. So as you can see in this American Type Founders catalog, specimen designers use carefully chosen placeholder text to showcase fonts. And these are kind of a great way of simulating all the different ways in which a font might be used. But the words are also tailored for perfect line lengths, and they produce a typographic design, but they don't necessarily make sense, And they're not always realistic uses of the typeface. So we decided to bring function back to our fonts by setting our own texts that we want people to read. And because we all teach in addition to designing, one of our goals is to cultivate conversations around typography and type design. So we thought that building the site as our collective publishing platform would be a great way to share our thoughts with the larger community. And we see fonts activated here with real content, and meaning we're using the typeface to frame how our words communicate to an audience. And so even though the text may not be the most beautiful type specimens, but we feel that the close relationship between the content and the form of the typeface provide an interesting context to browse the fonts. Going back to the home page, you'll notice that we also have a bunch of numbers scattered throughout. This was to showcase the numerical shapes in our fonts, but also to let you all know about past and upcoming news events. And when you click on news, it leads to a news page which invites our visitors to our public engagements, but also provides a view of a random assortment of our typefaces. You can refresh the page to see a different iteration. It felt important to showcase how our fonts might appear in a range of environments, and this view gives a sense of how the different typefaces produce different textures in a more controlled grid view than something like in the home page. And one of the side effects of the fact that we want you to read with our fonts is that Then the fonts come second. We're forefronting our articles. Traditionally, type specimen sites have a hierarchy of information where you first kind of present the font, and then you showcase its use. But here, the first thing you see is the use. And you'll also notice that fonts are missing from the main menu. This is to incentivize, again, browsing the articles and the use of the fonts to become entry points to our typefaces. That said, tucked away at the bottom of the page, we have a fonts drawer that allows direct access to the fonts. And this design was inspired how traditionally, historically, metal type was stacked in these cases for the presses. And so the fonts drawer assumes you kind of already know what you're looking for, and it provides a quick way to access these more standard pages that provide details about each typeface. So you can view and access the different styles, weights, widths, type out words. And these are quite common for Type Foundry sites. So I'm going to return to an article where I can demonstrate another fourth feature. You can break the site. So if you activate edit mode, it allows any website visitor to use our fonts, and it lets you select any part of the text, inspect what fonts it's set in, change its typographic settings, line height, tracking, and whether you're looking for a font for headlines or paragraphs or captions, all of these pages provide a way to play with the look and feel of different typefaces. And you can even change the text. It essentially encourages you to become an occupant for any page. So editing typesettings, is a feature we see in a bunch of sites. But what's unique here is that all of these parts can be changed or removed, and you can add your own thing. So it's the idea that, yes, we want you to read what we have to say, but you should also mess with it too. And this mode of editing, I think, can allow for potentially fun accidents, since type testers are usually limited to seeing the font within its own specimen page in a very controlled environment. It's usually difficult to see them alongside other fonts. So this allows anyone to try out fonts in different contexts and also play with unexpected pairings. And you could also test out how fonts would look against a dark background. And you can see how the shapes behave with inverted colors. And now to a final rule that we break. You actually can't buy our fonts on our website, or at least on our website you can't buy them. So you'll notice that the edit mode icon lives in a place where you would usually see a shopping cart. And because all of our fonts are already available via Type Network, we decided that our priority for our own site won't be for people to purchase the fonts. Instead, our goal was to give people the chance to see and use the fonts in action. So edit mode isn't intended to be a typesetting program, and you can break things pretty easily, and you might find it actually quite limiting to work within a given layouts. So if you do find yourself wanting to test out any fonts, your own documents, you can head on to our trial fonts lab and begin experimenting. So this website project may not be directly related to a particular area of research, but it's in the spirit of active discovery that we made this site. And breaking these conventions, we tried to create a wild typographic playground that gets you excited about testing. And we hope you have fun occupying our website. That's it for me, and thanks for listening. I'm now passing it on to Jem, and he'll be taking you through a sneak peek on some of his research for his upcoming typeface, which is not yet published on the site.
Hi. Since 2018, I've been on a long and beautiful trip to drawing a psychedelic Scotch Roman here at Occupant Fonts. Drawing this typeface was a nonlinear process, as it was mainly driven by my curiosities and questions. It sure sent me down many rabbit holes, but I chose to take the longer path on every opportunity. During this 10-minute segment, I will provide you a few vignettes into this journey. The trip started in early 2018 when I was teaching a course at the Rhode Island School of Design. Being a designer, I'm a hoarder of images. Just like my colleagues and students, I was looking at and collecting images of crises and natural disasters, along with images relating to extreme consumerism, capitalism, and the chaos caused by it. And of course, when there's chaos, there's order, control, authority, and power. When utilized properly, typography, colors, and shapes perfectly mirror the current landscape surrounding us. This is why I was not surprised to notice that designs utilizing black backgrounds, typefaces with long, pointy, and sharp endings was surrounding me. Even in this poster by the graphic design students at RISD, the themes of darkness, chaos, authority, capitalism, and dystopia are portrayed beautifully, mainly thanks to the Devine-like sharp Roman uppercases the students chose to utilize. To digest and understand all of this, I decided to imagine a fictional letter form embodying these traits. An example letter capturing the aggression of the dark typographic landscape with its long serifs and sharp, teeth-like closed aperture. A letter that could look maybe even a bit threatening. I've actually never drawn this character before, but I wanted to draw a quick sketch of what I was imagining here today. I reacted to this thought experiment with a question. Is it possible to make a friendlier, softer version of this fictional letter while keeping some of its assertive, authoritative character? Can I draw a version that could be used to tell similar stories, but can never look as sharp or aggressive? I thought this would be a fun plan to maybe trick some designers into using less angry-looking letters. Fast forward a couple of days, by pure luck, I stumbled upon a type specimen at the Providence Public Library, put out by Photo Lettering Incorporated, titled Ultra Bold Types. Phototypesetting is a typesetting method where the letters are projected onto photosensitive paper, just like printing photographs in a darkroom. Unlike metal type, where the mark is made through metal ink and pressure on paper, phototypesetting uses light, lenses, negatives, and chemicals to create words. This specimen was surely a collection of quote-unquote powerful types. Although I agreed these typefaces look bold or powerful, I thought to myself, they lack the aggression and anger I was fantasizing to avoid earlier that week. Looking a bit closely, I quickly figured out that one big factor softening the tone of this graphic was the fact that the blacks in this book were all yellowish dark browns and the whites were cream colored. I thought this softened the tones of these types a little bit. However, upon further investigation, I realized something else. Some pages had letters that were slightly out of focus or blurred on the edge. This became a lot more clear on tiny catalog numbers. The smaller type got, the fewer corners and straight segments it had, therefore automatically it looked a lot softer. As you might have already guessed, this was a good first solution for my original question of making this fictional E a bit less angry. I got to work. First step was smoothing out the corners and round the endings. I also decided to introduce gentle curves on the top and the bottom, and as well as on the long serifs. And lastly, I introduced an overbite to make the E look a bit more quirky, therefore less threatening. That quickly gave me the first letters, F, E, L, T. To develop the rest of the characters, I mainly relied on the Scotch Roman genre. I knew the initial E I happened to create fit this style very well, and since this is not a revival or a historical research project, I wanted to find a genre that could house the letters I was drawing comfortably. At this point, I decided to name the project Ray, which was, of course, referring to the photo typesetting stuff I was looking at earlier. During the development of the first masters, I didn't get hung up on the rules of the Scotch Roman. For example, I really liked the diamond-shaped O's and the narrow uppercase N's that are signature qualities of this genre, and I learned this by going through a couple examples. So I tried to adapt these characteristics into Ray. However, I decided to introduce these non-kerning F's and J's that are a lot more playful than the regular extending versions. So this is a place where I strayed away from the traits of the genre. During these initial iterations, I strongly focused on elongating these endings and serifs as a homage to my original fictional E that I started with. Around 2019, I had a working type family with 3 weights. Since I have a fairly active graphic design practice as well, I started putting Ray to use through making special versions for small commissions from some friends, or larger branding projects for clients like Rhode Island School of Design's apparel department. Using the family in various projects revealed that Ray wanted to get bolder and louder in many contexts. So this was another turning point in the project. I ended up spending a significant amount of time drawing an ultra weight, pushing parts of the design to its limits. This was particularly exciting for me because I've never worked on such a bold style before. And I got to come up with fun solutions, especially on the F, J, and the I, where the dots are sinking into the stem to create this compact fit. During this time, Cyrus told me that Matthew Carter once compared drawing heavyweights like this one to drawing caricatures of regular versions. This point of view truly helped me shape and push the concept of this design. Caricatures, by definition, are representations with exaggerated features. This metaphor gave me the permission to dial up and execute the themes of the typeface a little bit more confidently, softening the edges and endings, elongating serifs, and adding more winding curves. I found myself drawing forms that jumped out of the Art Nouveau era. The artists from the Art Nouveau period used nature and organic forms as their main inspiration. At the same time, this happens to be the exact visual idea played out by the great artists and designers of the psychedelia era during 1960s and 70s. The theme of psychedelia turned out to be a perfect fit to describe my ideas and process, since I was reacting to similar incidents and crises that gave birth to this movement in the first place. The beauty of the journey is that this was embedded in the design since day one, and it took me some time to surface it. After completing the Ultra, I thought if I went bolder, why not go lighter as well? Further testing of the typeface proved adding an extra light and light versions would really benefit the family. The psychedelic Scotch trip is now coming to an end. It was a long and winding process since there was no planning, but just listening and responding. The process resulted in 6 weights and corresponding italics, but what it really produced were many amazing moments of revelations and learnings, many opportunities to reflect and ask more questions, pursue curiosities, and research. My main hope for today's presentation was to provide a small window into how simple observations can turn into large-scale projects. In the coming months, I will have the chance to reflect on more parts of this journey and hopefully share my notes with you all when we finally release this typeface for everyone to enjoy. So thank you so much for listening. And now Nick will take you through some of his own journeys through tool making.
Hi, everyone. So you've heard from 3 type designers so far, and I'm going to bring a different perspective. I'm not a type designer. I'm actually trained in computer science, and at Occupant, I'm a tool designer, engineer, and project manager. And what I want to do with this time is give you a sense of how we build tools at Occupant. I'd like to explain why we care about building our own tools and what we get out of that effort. I'll also give you a perspective of what I, as a non-type designer, think about when I'm making tools for type designers. So this is Glyphs. It's one of the few type design applications out there, and it's what we use at Occupant. Unlike a lot of graphic design environments like the Adobe Creative Suite, Glyphs does not provide a built-in solution for every need we have. Instead, it provides a super solid foundation and exposes a strong scripting interface that allows us to extend the application in nearly endless ways. And the net of this is that it's pretty rare to find something that Glyphs simply can't do, but it's really common to find specific edge cases that it can't do easily or can't do quite in the way we want. One of our most commonly used channels on Slack is actually called Dumb Glyphs Questions. And the questions that are asked there are usually not dumb at all. More often than not, they're the seeds of an idea. For me, building tools is an observational practice, watching how people use the tools we have and seeing the things that don't work well. Once we identify something that could be better, we fit it into an algorithmic model and build a tool to express that model. To me, a type project looks like this. Time is kind of on the x-axis there, and some fuzzy idea about possible designs is on the y-axis. You might start out in the process thinking you're somewhere over here, and maybe your goal is somewhere over there, and you iterate by moving out in a bunch of different directions, some of which take longer to develop, some of which move you further out in the space of possible designs. You start to converge on a direction, and then you learn your goal is actually somewhere else. And then you do it again. Of course, in a real project, the space is much bigger than what I've depicted, and the timeline is much longer. So for us, making tools is about changing the dynamics of this process, and we do that in two ways. One thing we target is decreasing our time per iteration. Type design is a really high bandwidth intellectual activity with a pretty low bandwidth interface. It takes a long time to answer the question, how would my typeface look if I made the rounds a bit more square? Because tweaking the rounds implies changes to tens or hundreds of other contours in the typeface, just to see the visual ramifications of that change. Anything we can do to speed up the process actually allows us to spend more time exploring the design and seeing the range of possibilities. And that's exactly the other thing we try to increase or emphasize in our tool projects. It's increasing the range of possibilities per iteration. Our tools naturally constrain the kinds of designs we're able to express. So in projects, we sometimes actually run up against the boundaries of those tools, and that presents an opportunity for us. The most exciting tool projects are the ones that allow us to increase our design vocabulary, tools that expand the space that we get to explore as we design. Let's look at some examples here. A lot of our tools are actually focused on making a single iteration faster. Our Glyph script repository, for example, which lives right inside of Glyphs, is a curated communal library of tools and some tricks that offer little bits of functionality to make some micro task easier. We didn't write all these tools, but our team did write a lot of them, and others are curated from around the Glyph scripting community. A lot of folks publish their tools on GitHub for others, which is super nice. And we put the ones that we like in our repository so that they're easy to access. Sometimes we also remix them a little bit to better suit what we want to do. But what I want to emphasize is that these scripts are really, really simple. They do something like add measurements to the UI, or move a layer from the foreground to the background, copy data, or even just move a selection by a standardized amount. Often they're only a few lines of code too. They don't take a lot of time or mental energy to make. They arise from designers trying to solve real and specific problems that they're facing in the moment, and then just remembering to contribute that solution back to the library when they're done. Sometimes, of course, we do spot problems or patterns that require a bit more effort to solve. We've been deriving a lot of italics lately, and so Marie remixed a RoboFont plugin to help us move more quickly through that setup process. We also got sick of our cumbersome proofing process, exporting a font, bringing it into InDesign, adjusting scale and copy fit, and then needing to do it again on the next process because the parameters changed, so on and so forth. So Jude and I collaborated on a proofing tool that outputs proof PDFs from directly inside of Glyphs, sidestepping the whole InDesign formatting mess. Previously, generating nice proofs could take as long as an hour with a little bit of fiddling and fine-tuning. But now we're able to generate working documents in about a minute or so, which is a big deal for us. All these tools that we've been talking about operate on a single iteration. They add a small speed up to a small part of the process. If the process generally looks like drawing, proofing, review, correct, repeat, then a tool sort of latches onto a specific part, like maybe making proofs, for example, and makes that a little bit shorter, leaving more time for design or reducing time overall. This library of tools and techniques doesn't really expand the range of our output. They're more about observing process frustrations and triaging them. Occasionally, though, we do run into an issue that legitimately has no practical solution in glyphs. Encountering impossibilities in our existing tools is extremely exciting because it means we get to redefine the limits of our terrain. Currently, we're working on a large 3-axis variable font expansion of Dispatch, one of Cyrus's classic typefaces. It has the usual variable font problems like what happens to the counters on the $ as the weight increases. But on top of that, Dispatch also has a set of serif alternates that vary across the design space and apply to a large portion of the character set in different ways for each group of glyphs. In the top row, for example, you can see subtle variations on the bottom serifs as we sweep across the design space, while in the bottom row you can see changes in the counter space. For each of these variations, we need to figure out exactly where that phase transition occurs and how much of the design space it covers. And these are just a few of the glyphs with their alternates in Dispatch. There's actually a ton more glyphs derived from these, or completely different glyphs not represented here for Greek and Cyrillic. To achieve these glyph variations in our editor, we need to individually draw and place alternates at just the right place using this kind of textual layer-based interface that you're seeing on your screen right here. Now this works okay for 1 or 2 substitutions in a single axis variable font, but it doesn't scale well to large 3-axis fonts with 50+ substitutions like Dispatch. And we actually did some pretty deep searching on workarounds via the amazing community on the Glyphs forums, but we couldn't find a way to manage large substitution sets in the tool or even get them to export properly from the sources. So to deal with this issue, we actually built an entirely separate application to help us visualize the design space and make substitutions consistently across these character sets. In this application that we built, designing with substitutions is just simpler. Glyphs are automatically grouped by name into related substitutions. Some of them have a really large number of glyphs in them, way too many to think about all at once. The tool cuts the design space up into regions where substitutions either apply or don't. And after that, it's just a matter of clicking on that design space visualization to toggle a transformation in any given region, like what you're seeing on screen here. There are also a few different views that you can look at that show you instance locations or transition points so that you can better edit the kind of minutiae of your transformation. And once you're ready, you can generate a table that can then be pasted into a source to generate the final variable font. By managing the complexity of the interface to the substitutions, the tool allows us to achieve a lot more in terms of range in a single variation. And now that more complex substitution patterns are more easily available to us, future projects will definitely latch onto that and take advantage of that too. So this whole thing expands the contours of our conceptual space from the initial intent and possibilities in the design through to the execution of the final font files. It's worth noting here as an aside that Jem and Marie and I work on tools for type design outside of Occupant as well. We're currently working on a machine learning supported kerning environment, which is in closed alpha with a few foundries. You can learn more about it at type.tools. The project started just like all the other projects I've mentioned, through observation. And I don't have time to go into detail on how the tool works here, but on the website there's a recording of a 30-minute talk that we gave at Typographics earlier this year. So give it a watch if you're interested, and please drop us a line. I want to just conclude by saying that designing a large typeface is a super complex thing. It's literally too big to fit in your head all at once, too big to directly manipulate. The fact is that building a tool is less complex than making a typeface, which is of course why we build tools in the first place. The complexity of building tools isn't in the execution. It's in looking at the process and making the right observation. And that's all we try to do.
So thanks, Joe and Marie, Jem and Nick. Those were all very concrete projects, books, typefaces, tools, websites. I'm going to end with something more abstract, maybe even philosophical. I'm slowly working on a follow-up to my book, Inside Paragraphs. My new book will be about designing typefaces. Therefore, I've been thinking about different ways of drawing letters. My approach is based heavily on the importance of white space and sensitivity to shape. It's a method that I apply to type design, as well as image making of all kinds. In fact, for me, it's a way of seeing the world. But maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Well, let's go back to the beginning. The letters of the Latin alphabet started as drawings of things. For example, the letter R is descended from the pictographic Egyptian hieroglyph for head. Over thousands of years, it evolved through the ancient Phoenician and Greek writing systems into the form we recognize today as the 18th letter of the Latin alphabet. Now, I don't usually think about hieroglyphs as I'm drawing letters. However, I do like to remember that letters began as marks on a page, or on a wall, or in the sand, made by a human being with a tool of some kind. Each was distinct and full of personality, thanks to the person who made it and the tool they used. In type design, the way we draw letters is very different and very weird. Instead of using a pen or a brush to make a mark, you plot a contour to define edges. The contour isn't a mark, it's a border, it's an edge. On one side of the border is black, and on the other side is white. Every contour in every typeface, no matter who draws it or how, is the same. Every contour has that same bland mechanical edge. There is no old style contour, no modern contour, no geometric contour, no humanist contour. Even if we could produce digital contours with the same life and personality you get from a brush or a pen, typographic letters are almost always too small or rendered too crudely for any edge detail to be visible. The typographic letter is almost always a simplification, a reduction of what you can draw with your hands. And yet, as we all know, there are thousands of distinct typefaces. How is this possible? Well, here's what I tell my students. Step away from that edge. Zoom out and refocus your attention onto the shapes. I'll explain what I mean about that. This O is two shapes, a white one and a black one. Here they have similar proportions. The white circle and the black circle are pretty much the same. The biggest difference is that the white one is a bit smaller. The result is a low contrast, monolinear letter O. But the shapes might have different proportions. If the white shapes get narrower than the black one, we get a letter O with higher contrast, something more like a Bodoni. And if we change the white shape's orientation so it tilts backwards, the letter O becomes more calligraphic, mimicking the results of a broad nib pen. Usually the white shapes are pretty congruent, but they don't have to be. The thing is that it's the relationship between the black shape and the white shape that really drives the design. So I'm not showing you these O's as examples of beautifully designed glyphs. I do demonstrations like this to help my students understand the difference between drawing letters with a traditional tool like a pen, like they were trained to do, and drawing letters with contours. Because when you can allow yourself to think of the white and black shapes as independent parts, you open up all sorts of possibilities and ways of thinking. Whether the relationship between the shapes is similar or different, calm or tense, harmonious or discordant, it is this interaction that gives a letter its personality and style. In other words, it's the shape interplay, the difference in attitude between the white shapes and the black shapes that make a Garamond different from a Bodoni, Futura different from Franklin Gothic. For me, thinking of letters as shapes and the shape interplay is a really interesting way of thinking about type design and beyond. Because shape interplay, what it's really about, is the relationship between the inside and the outside. Does anyone know if there's a word for this? A word for the relationship between the inside and the outside? I have searched in English dictionaries and asked colleagues who speak various European and Asian languages. No one has had an answer for me yet. It seems like such a fundamental concept, the idea of the relationship between the inside and the outside. I think it's strange there isn't a word for it. If you know it, please type it in the chat. I will have to change parts of this lecture, but that's okay. Because it's not just type designers who think about this. Several years ago, my 5-year-old daughter and I had a conversation about the relationship between the inside and outside of things while we were having breakfast. We were eating oatmeal when she announced that what she really wished we were eating was marshmallows. Marshmallows, I said. Well, actually, she continued, toasted marshmallows. Because toasted marshmallows are gooey on the inside, but they are crispy on the outside. Good observation, I replied. Then we worked on finishing our oatmeal, which is just kind of gooey all over. The relationship between the inside and outside of food, or lack of it, is one of a food's defining characteristic. From the amateur baker to a professional chef, it's an aspect of a dish that's carefully considered. It's a big part of what makes a toasted marshmallow a toasted marshmallow. And oatmeal, oatmeal. When a ceramist makes a cup, they think about the way someone will hold it in their hand and drink from it. They think about how the inside, the shape of the inside, relates to the shape of the outside. If the architect doesn't consider a building's interior and its relationship to the exterior, you might end up with a building that doesn't have any doors or windows. That's the difference between a home and a tomb. Which reminds me of the ancient Egyptians. And I imagine that person thousands of years ago drawing that hieroglyph for head. Writing systems were invented by people, and writing systems continue to evolve thanks to people. And the funny thing about people is they also have an inside and an outside. There is our exterior persona, the way we present ourselves to the world, and our interior persona, the life we lead inside our minds. And sometimes I wonder, maybe it's the same kind of interplay, the difference in attitude between our interior and exterior selves that helps to form our own personalities and make each of us unique. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you, guys. That was amazing. Oh, yes. Questions. Where can we pre-order your book?
Well, first I have to write it and draw it. Maybe someday, I'm hoping. I'm working on it as fast as I can.
Well, I think that I'm not the only one who is excited for that one. I have the first one sitting right next to me. All right, Bass is waiting. Any other questions?
Yes, I have one. So I think that will be like drawing letters with shapes instead, mixing shapes instead of pen tools, I think.
You know, I don't think you have to pick one approach or the other.
Okay.
Right, like I see, sometimes I think of letters as shapes most of the time, but certain projects you think of them in terms of the pen or the brush. So I think it really depends on what you're drawing and what you're interested in and where it goes. So, you know, what I'm really interested in though is shapes. So that's the book that I can write. And my hope is that it'll be like a complement to other books that are already out there.
Yes, okay. You guys have more questions?
Might be it.
Come on, guys.
I have a
It's been a
question.
long day.
Sorry. Oh, wait. Okay, let's go for this one. From Bass, when can we expect the auto kerning tool?
I can take that. We're working on it right now, today, in fact. And it's in kind of a closed alpha at the moment. And we have a couple people testing it and a couple more starting testing soon. We're hoping to expand that to a larger group of foundries early next year. So I would recommend just getting in touch with us on email, going to type.tools in your browser. I think our emails are on there and our mailing list is on there. And we're always happy to talk on case-by-case basis. But please reach out. We'd love to talk to you.
You got that, Bass? Email the occupants.
How are things up there in Providence?
They're fine. It was a beautiful day. We're a lot of people are sick.
Yeah.
It's tough. We're hanging in there. I haven't looked at the news in a while. The news was good though last time I checked.
It hasn't gotten any worse, I'll tell you that.
That's a relief.
It's very good news. Okay, guys. If you have any more questions for us, occupant funds, please drop it on the chat. And well, thank you. It was
Oh, good question.
Good one.
Is occupant looking, or do you guys think that you're gonna grow in the near future, hire some interns or anything like that?
That's a good question. Of course, we're all working at home right now.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to have an intern in January, who is one of my students from RISD, and that works because I met her already. I met her last year. So because we know each other, we can work together remotely. I'm not sure in terms of the bigger picture if we're planning on hiring more people, but we always like it when people get in touch and things like that. So there's a lot of different ways that potentially we can collaborate with different designers, whether they're graphic designers or type designers or web designers, who knows? So yeah, get in touch, but like everyone, we're kind of on hold a little bit these days, you know?
Well, your
Tricky.
team, yeah, your team has definitely grown to be such a wonderful thing over the last couple of years, and it's been really cool to see evolve and, you know, change shape and have the output be different than, you know, you may have been used to 20 years ago. So well done to all of you.
Thank you very much. No,
Yeah.
I feel quite lucky for the people I'm working with.
They seem pretty cool. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody, to join us. And we send you our best vibes from Mexico to you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We had a great time. Great conference.
Thank you.
And next time, I hope we can do this in person.
Oh, you can count on that for sure.
I miss Mexico. I miss Chapulines.
Oh, yes. Last time, Cyrus ate ayuda with chapulines.
Best buy from Mexico to you. Thank you.
All right.
Oh, yes. Last time,
Thank you so much.
Great conference.
Mezcal.
Mezcalito.
Next time, I hope we can do this in person. Okay.
Oh, yes. Last time, Cyrus ayuda. All right. Our next speaker is Zach Lieberman, the master of code. All right. I'm sharing my screen, Michael.
Hello.
Hola, hola.
Hi, how are you?
Very, very happy to have you here.
Super happy to be here.
Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Gracias, Santiago. Y ahora me toca presentar ya una de las últimas charlas de la jornada. Se vienen esta y la que sigue a las 6 de la tarde con Ben Hill. Pero mientras tanto les presento, seguramente lo conocen. Zach, sorry, I apologize, first of all, because I have to present you in Spanish. So,
no problem. Go for it.
Seguramente ya han visto las galerías de Zach Lieberman en Instagram y es un crack, pero bueno, les cuento que él es artista, es investigador, es educador y todo su trabajo lo desarrolla desde ahí con el objetivo simple de que quiere sorprendernos, ¿no? Todo su trabajo crea performances, instalaciones, siempre a partir del gesto humano, de la figura humana, de la presencia humana, como la entrada y la amplificación de diferentes maneras que puede tener esto, ¿no? A partir de la tecnología hace que los dibujos cobren vida. Imagina cómo se vería la voz si pudiéramos verla, ¿no? Y trabaja con muchas ideas de manera experimental. Ha trabajado para agencias creativas como Fats Company, ha ganado el Golden Mica en el Ars Electrónica, ha trabajado en el Design Museum de Londres, trabaja con C++, y bueno, acaba de cofundar la Escuela de Computación Poética, en donde examina las posibilidades líricas del código, ¿no? Eso ya creo que gira mucho en torno al arte. Y también es profesor del MIT, del Media Lab. Entonces, well, so that's what are you doing these days, Zach? It's up to you. We are yours.
Okay, cool. Super excited to be here. And I'm going to present my screen. Please feel free to ask questions. I can't always follow the questions in the chat, but if you have questions, ask them. I try to get to them after the talk, or if you interrupt me or anybody, feel free to interrupt me at any time. So I'm always happy to answer questions. I just can't follow it when I'm in the talk. Super excited to be here. I'm at home. You may hear dogs barking. You may hear kids screaming, food cooking. Just super happy to be here. And yeah, now my family's coming to say hi. Hi. Okay. Hi. Okay. With that, without further ado, let me get started. So I'm going to share my screen. All right. So going to talk to you today about my work and divide it into some different categories: type, drawing, body, space, and school. First is I used to look like this. I studied fine arts, painting and printmaking. I was very happy. I would have spent all my time in the printmaking studio. I would be really like, just, yeah, super overjoyed. But I had to get a job, and everybody was talking about web design and Y2K, and the world was going to end in the year 2000. And I got a job at a design studio, and I discovered this tool. And I always like to just ask, you know, if I'm in an audience, I'll show this picture and I'll ask, like, have you seen this? And you see these nodding heads, and I see Santiago nodding his head really, you know, aggressively. This thing was magic for me. This thing is magic. It was an animation tool, this tool called Flash. You could write, you know, you could animate on in the browser, but you could also write code. And specifically, you could write a line of code to make something move. And for me, that was so magical to kind of go from language into movement, and kind of dedicated my life to that. Do all kinds of projects. So for example, this is a project we made with a paralyzed graffiti writer, where we built a tool that tracks his eye movement and allows you to draw graffiti just moving your eyes. I'll talk about this in a second. This is a projection project where you see your body, you come with your body and you see yourself, you know, 5 stories high. A lot of times I find myself working on really random things. This is tracking the movements of my friend's face and then projecting on him at the same time. So he's creating these particles that bounce and kind of fall down his face. This is a project that I've made with my collaborator Golan Levin. It's using an overhead projector. So the kind of projector you would write, your math professor would write notes on, and mixing an overhead projector and a digital projector to create a kind of hybrid light source. So both analog and digital light. So as you make shape, I love that. I'm also a teacher. I taught at Parsons for many years, and I helped start the School for Poetic Computation. It's an experimental school based in New York. I'm also now a professor at MIT in the Media Lab. So breaking down my work into different categories, I just realized I'm not even using the right talk. Okay, so I'm going to talk about typography first, because this is a type festival. So I'm going to try to focus on work that I do that's very specific to typography, and then I'm going to like break out and talk about some other things. So I want to talk about some inspirations. So just want to mention some people that I think are kind of great sources for inspiration. Muriel Cooper was the design director at MIT Press, and she helped create the MIT Media Lab. And I love the way she uses typography and the way her students explored the intersection of computation and typography. So the visual language workshop. Or John Maida is a big inspiration for me, just kind of using computation and typography. Also Peter Cho, who was a student of John Maida. He has a really amazing thesis document. So I just want to mention this, because I know oftentimes I'm talking to students. This is Computational Models for Expressive Dimensional Typography. It's just a really beautiful document all about kind of how you can use code and computation with typography. And then the last kind of inspiration is Aaron Marcus. I love this work. This is taking a letter form, the letter G, and he draws it. And then he stares at the drawing and he tries to remember the drawing, and he closes his eyes and he draws it again. And then he stares at the drawing and he tries to remember it, and he closes his eyes and he draws it again and again and again and again. And I love kind of this sort of generative process applied to typography. For me, that is really exciting. So I want to talk about some typography related projects. This is a project I did a while ago with Toyota. Toyota has these small cars. People think you can't drive them quickly. So we hired a stunt driver, and we put colored dots on top of the car. And we hired a driver to drive letters of the alphabet, and they made a font completely out of driving. I'm really interested in reflection. So I've been doing, I was kind of inspired, I'll talk about this reflection work. There was a student of mine, Yuki Yoshida, and he had this idea for his project where he wanted to collect all of the different algorithms that you could use to draw a circle. So when you tell a computer to draw a circle, it's not that straightforward. You have to, then there's a kind of logic for drawing a circle. And I was thinking of different ways of drawing a circle. And I thought of a very simple algorithm and I described it to him. And then I wrote code in order to do it. And the basic idea is you start with a rectangle and you pick a point on one of the edges of the rectangle. Then you pick a point on one of the three other sides. And if that line intersects the circle, you don't draw it. But if it doesn't intersect the circle, you draw it. So if you pick enough lines, you wind up defining a circle almost by absence. And I got really excited about this. And I thought, okay, I want to push this further. Let me try words. So I tried the word love. And of course, these lines, like they can't really get into the letter form. So you don't have a lot of definition. Or this is a smiley face. You can see kind of what lines emerge. But then I was thinking, what if those lines were like rays of light? What if they could kind of bounce around? What would that look like? So I started coding what it would look like to do reflection. So what would it feel like to have rays of light bouncing off of letter forms? And what would, if the rays could bounce, then you could start to see typography in different ways. Or even having light bend or reflect or refract off of letter forms. And a lot of times the sketches that I do, they wind up becoming installations. So for example, I take these ideas that come from sketching and then I invite other people to perform them. So the way this works is it's an installation. There are laser cut pieces and you can put them down on a light table and then the software is simulating what it would look like if light was reflected off of it. Immediately understandable. You come to it with your body, you put down shapes, you press a button, you can change where the light is coming from. But it sort of starts with your body and then it goes to your brain and then back to your body. So you sort of start to figure it out and think about it. And what I love is by the end, people were, obviously people were using typography and these shapes, but then in the end, they were just using their bodies and putting their head down on the light table and anything that they could put down, they were seeing reflection. And I kind of think a lot about this pathway of going from your body to your mind and back to your body. So I do daily sketches. I post on Instagram. I think of these as sort of short poems where I'm trying to describe what I'm feeling. They're like diary entries. If I feel really anxious, I'll express that through motion. If I feel really excited, I'll express that. And kind of trying to work through different graphical ideas. And a lot of these sketches involve typography because I'm interested in letter forms and specifically what does it look like to animate letter forms and to bring letter forms to life. So I did a lot of the experiments that I've made are about taking type forms and just saying what kind of simple thing can you do to them to bring them to life so that they feel alive, so that they feel like they have character or personality. Here's a letter P, and I thought it would be really cute to make it running. And, what would it feel like if it was twisting? And then I love blobs. I do a lot of work with blobs and have thought a lot about kind of how do you make blobs turn into type? And so, for example, here is a kind of experiment where I said, okay, be the letter A, and then try to be the letter B, try to be the letter C, and it works until it doesn't work. So sometimes you're like, be the letter G, and then you say like BH, and it's like, I don't know what to do. I'm all confused. And I love this kind of thing when it doesn't work. And then I don't even know why I did it. Like, not entirely sure what the purpose is, but trying to make these blobby type forms and figure out how I can animate them and kind of bring them to life. And then when I did, I had almost this kind of alphabet, of blob type. And it's still not 100% sure what to do with it. But in a way, it's kind of like this reverse engineering, this Wes Wilson, typography that you have an inspiration. You don't even know that that's the inspiration, but you're through code, through software, trying to create something. And I feel like a lot of what I'm doing algorithmically is kind of responding to my idols and people and graphical ideas that I'm really excited about. And then, of course, when I have something that's animated, I get really excited about interacting with it. So saying, like, what would it feel like to touch a number, right? You have the number 3, and then what would it feel like to have your fingers and kind of like squeeze it? And, you know, is it happy? Does it like to be compressed? Is it, you know, could you make it go crazy? And oftentimes I'll start with just a simple idea and then say, kind of, how can I push this in, you know, in all kinds of directions? So here's the letter 3, but then I can, you know, make it quite unhappy. Really inspired by the idea of cutting and stretching. So for example, this Grace Jones cover, I love the kind of visual look. Or there was this very like viral picture of a newspaper from South Korea. And I just love this idea of kind of taking a horizontal line and cutting things and seeing what happens if you slice them. So I did a lot of experiments with type where I would take type forms and cut them and then say, okay, let me cut it wherever I can cut it and then stretch it. And sort of start with that as a kind of almost like a slicing operation and pulling and seeing what the type would do. And then if you cut and you cut and you cut, you wind up with these forms that look like, you know, they're the original type is still there, but you're really changing it. And for me, it's always about kind of modification. When does it still look like the letter Z, and when do you not see it as a Z anymore? Also doing a lot of experiments, like really love the Beijing Design Week Identity by Lava. I'm doing a lot of experiments in this space where you're saying, like, I'm going to create algorithmic systems for pushing, and I did a lot of typography experiments with that, where you say, like, I have a bunch of type forms, and through software, I'm going to figure out how do they push against each other. What does that feel like, you know, and try to, yeah, see what it means to put type in motion. Or individual letter forms and kind of deform them using spatial algorithms. And then also thinking about type as just a line, right? If you think about an outline of a type of a letter form, it's just a curve. It's a set of curves. And could we manipulate it in some way? Could you, for example, have the type uncurl itself or rotate? And, you know, those sorts of things I'm really fascinated with. I also am not, I don't feel like I have a great training in graphic design, and I'm always like, oh, what typeface should I use? You know, it's probably a feeling that some of you have. So then I thought, okay, why don't I just load every font on my hard drive? So rather than picking a font, let me draw the letter 8 with every font, and I'll sort them from thickest to thinnest. So the number 1 from thickest to thinnest and back to thickest. And then what I find really beautiful, if you just look at all of the fonts on your hard drive, there are all of these tiny decisions, right? Tiny aesthetic decisions. A little bit left, a little bit right, a little bit thicker, a little bit thinner, you know, and there's a magic in that. And in my work in coding, it's lots of tiny aesthetic decisions and just tweaking numbers. So to me, I feel really kind of sympathetic with type. When I look at typography and type designers, I feel really sympathetic with them, because in code, it's very fiddly. And more type, applying type to geometry so that, you know, when you rotate, things look broken. I love like breaking things into pieces, rotating, and more experiments with just type as a form. So starting with the type, you know, the letter form, and then saying kind of what processes or operations can we do to it, you know, where it's almost looking at the type as a kind of landscape, you know, where you have hills and valleys, but then, you know, you create lots of ripples, you get really interesting shapes. And again, a lot of the work that I do is about kind of applying some sort of process and figuring out where is the boundary of perception, right? Where do you see it as the letter E and the letter V and the letter O? Right here, it's very clear it's the word love, right? It's very obvious. And then start to get a little less obvious, right? Here, it's a little bit less clear. Here, it's like, I don't know what this is anymore. And to me, that boundary is really interesting. That moment of perception, of seeing something as type and not type, as, you know, as legible and illegible. To me, I'm really fascinated with that space. Again, more sort of legibility. So we start with the word love. I love using the word love. It's very cliche, but it has curves and it has straight lines. It has like, it's a kind of really nice word to start with. And then when you rotate it, you wind up with this thing. It doesn't look like the word love anymore. But then of course it comes back. And to me, I'm just always happy to do these sorts of animations where you lose it and then you get it again. You lose it and you get it again. And for me, to me, that's really fascinating, that space. This is using your body again and taking the 1,000 most common words in the English dictionary. And as you open your finger, you go from smallest, like A, to the longest word, so using your body to navigate some kind of computational space. Weird Type is an application I made with my partner Momo, and this is an augmented reality application that allows you to draw with typography in the air. So you can write messages and then you can draw with them, almost like you're painting. You're using your phone as a kind of paintbrush to paint typography in space. And then you can use it in all kinds of ways. So we didn't really know, we built this app, we didn't know what people would use it for. And somebody figured out that you could take the letter O and make a tunnel and run through it. So just taking the letter O and repeating it again and again and again, and then with your body, run through the letter O. Or somebody figured out if you take, we have this mode with explode, where when you move towards it, it moves. And somebody figured out if you use lots and lots of small, or lots and lots of letters, they're very, very small because we scale, and they like using that typography almost as particles. So painting a drawing, and then when you move your phone, this line in space kind of solves or unsolves. Almost like a music video. AR in particular, that it's almost like a tool for doing this like DIY filmmaking, right? We all have phones in our pockets, and now we can create and tell stories in interesting ways. So I find myself like, I'll just be sitting with my dog and I'll be like, good dog, and I just want to like tell a story about my dog. Or I love, like, this is the word yes made out of the word yes, which is, to me, it feels like a poem, right? Just kind of using a word to make a word. Or somebody wrote the word Houston, it must be the city that they're in, and then they ran through it. And it's just this, I think there's something very beautiful about typography and space, where you can say, like, I'm going to write a message, like I'm going to write the word Houston, but I'm not only going to write it, but I'm going to run through it. And to me, there's something very beautiful about considering what does it mean to have type in space, in the air. This is very subtle, but there's a mode in the Weird Type app where you can take photographs. So you sort of take a photograph, and then the photo is, the type is kind of colored with the photo. So somebody's writing R and then L, and then R and then L. So right, left, and then ready, set, go. And then they run through like a slalom. So they're setting up like the typography that they're going to run through. This is somebody just drawing with typography in Tokyo. And then we have this mode, this photo mode, and somebody figured out if the period looks like a square. So they just took photos and had these kind of like photos floating in space. Hagseed is a project that I did for the London Literature Festival for the author Margaret Atwood. And Margaret Atwood, if you don't know her, she's a really famous author. And when I worked with her, it was a bit like working with Beyonce. Like I didn't talk to her beforehand. I would send an email to the publisher, and the publisher would send it to her agent would send it to her assistant would send it to her second assistant. And finally she'd give me like a thumbs up. And then what we did for this project is we took the text from her book and we made it interactive. So she wrote this book called Hagseed, which is based on The Tempest. And we took the words, the text from the pages of the book, and we made it performable with your body based on different moments in the book. So you step to this installation, and then you see yourself, but surrounded with typography. And there are different moments in this, different modes in this installation based on different moments in the book. What I loved about this is that it was very playful and joyous in a way. And so if you, Margaret Atwood was very good at using it. She was very excited. She told me that if Shakespeare was alive, that he would use a Kinect, and that made me really excited. More pictures. And let me skip ahead. I'm going to talk about drawing now. So I'm going to kind of pivot. So we talked about typography, talk about drawing, show a couple projects that relate to drawing. This is a project called Inkspace. So this is a drawing tool on your phone. And the cool thing about using your phone these days, or like one of the cool things that your phone has is it has an accelerometer, which tells you how your phone is oriented. And that's useful if you pick up your phone to know that you're holding your phone close to your face to take a call. So this is a drawing tool that's using the accelerometer. And then as you rotate the phone, the drawing rotates in 3D. So you draw on the surface of the phone, but then you can rotate the drawing and the drawing moves in 3D. Is, you know, you put it out there and people will make kind of childish drawings or like simple, you know, just like smiley faces, or people will write "fuck you," which I really love, this kind of thing. I always forget to take this slide out when I talk to kids. But then this woman from South Korea drew this bird, and for me this is was so beautiful just to see this bird. Like I had no idea. I don't know how you could do this. I didn't know you could do this with the software. And for me, there's something so beautiful about making a tool and then seeing how people come back and they bring their creativity and teach you about the work that you've made. The second project I want to show is called Landlines. This is a collaboration with Google, and we took satellite photographs from around the world. And so here you draw a curve, and it finds that curve in some satellite photograph. So it's a kind of using drawing as a form of searching. If you draw a curve, it'll find a curve. If you draw a hook, it'll find a hook. If you draw a straight line, it'll find a straight line. If you draw at an angle, it'll find an angle. So the idea is using gesture as a form of searching, as a mechanism for searching. And these projects always have this kind of pretty front end, but a lot of the work that I do is this like data science. It's like this kind of, you know, back end thing where you're looking at, you know, pattern matching and shape recognition and data science about how do you make this thing run fast and be performant. Second part of this project is connecting the dominant line. So finding the coastline or the highway or the river and connecting them. So as you drag, it's stitching together all of these, all of the lines and making a kind of infinite canvas. So taking photographs from around the world, and as you drag your finger, kind of making an endless line from all of these photos. I also do a lot of projects around the body, really inspired by Bauhaus costumes. To me, it's really fascinating to think about the body as a sort of starting point. And then what would it look like to apply geometry to the body in different ways? Or Louis Bourgeois, Nick Cave, these artists use the body as a kind of platform. And a lot of my sketches involve the body in one way or another, where you take the body as a starting point and say, what would happen if you extrude it, revolve, take the body and rotate it? What kind of form do you get? Or attach things to the body. And this project is a project that I did with the New York Times. It's about opioid addiction. So in America, we have a really big problem with heroin. And for the article, we interviewed hundreds of addicts for them and asked them to describe what their body feels like when they take the drug. And then we commissioned a dancer to dance with her body, this movement, the gesture, to describe these different stages of addiction. And then we wrote software to analyze the movement and understand, to try to visualize it. And then the way this article worked is that as you scroll, you see different animations. So this is an animation around gateway, when you start to take the drug, what your body feels like. And tolerance, as you start to build up a kind of tolerance for the drug. Withdrawal, what you feel like when you stop taking the drug. Addiction, how you have to keep taking the drug to maintain a sort of baseline. Treatment. So this is taking medicine to deal with the side effects of addiction. Relapse, when you start taking the drug again. And the idea here, and the last one is recovery. The idea here was to really try to listen to the words that these addicts were using, how they were describing what they felt like, and really create movement and visual that reflected their words back through animation. And what I loved is at the end of this article, we asked people to tell their story, and we collected hundreds more stories. And then I always do animation, so for me it's very beautiful to open up the paper. And I ran around Brooklyn trying to buy every copy of the New York Times so I could see my artwork in the paper. And let's go. Let's talk about space. I am really interested in augmented reality and specifically, what does it mean to have a device in space, right? So there's a kind of some cool technologies on the phones now where you can track where the phone is in 3D. So what does it mean to know where the phone is in 3D? That means you have a camera in space, and you have a microphone in space, and you have a screen in space, and you have a speaker in space. And to me, that's so beautiful, that idea that you have a camera, but you know where the camera is in the world. So you can take photographs and have the photograph stay in the air where you took them. So you take a photograph, but the photograph stays in the actual location where you took it. And then as you move around, you start to see this kind of abstract image. Or taking frames of video and having the frames of video stay in the air where you took them. And then when you move through them, they play, they go, you're scrubbing with your body to play the video forwards and backwards. So using your movement and your gestures through space to perform. This is taking photographs and breaking them into pieces. So there's one vantage point where the image looks correct, but then as you move, the image starts to break. So again, looks correct, but as you move, you wind up with almost a kind of, very cubist or, fragmentary image. This is taking pixels in front of you. So taking colors that are in front of you and painting with them. So taking the colors from the world and sampling them and making a kind of ribbon that you can draw with. This is, again, taking the picture, but pushing it in 3D. So there's one vantage point where the image looks correct, but as you start to move, you realize that it's warped. And I think AR is this really interesting mechanism for ambiguity, for creating moments where your brain doesn't totally understand what it's looking at or what it's hearing. And to me, I think this is really magical, that you can create, you can take the world, but you can remix it in some way. This is recording audio and putting audio into space. So this is recording audio, and when you walk through it, the audio replays. So the audio stays in the air where you made it, but when you walk through it, it replays itself. This is a test of talking and seeing what happens when we record audio in space. This is a test of talking and what happens when we record audio in space. And this is an app, another app my partner and I made called Weird Cuts, where you can take photographs from the world. So it's almost like a collage tool where you can take some photograph of some element in the world and then put it back into the world. And we use it all kinds of ways, like we make weird portraits. So oftentimes we'll just like run around photographing our eyes and our nose and our mouth and kind of make portraits in the air. Somebody used the tool, they made a 3D sandwich. So they photographed all of the elements of the sandwich and then made an AR movie where they showed this 3D sandwich. And we've been doing a lot of experiments with the body. So thinking about what does it mean to have a body in space? You know, not just a camera or microphone in space, but a body in space. And how can we use that in kind of interesting ways? So recording trails of the body, you know, as you move and seeing them. Or even recording loops. And, you know, so these are like recorded and then you can walk through them. This is, it's very subtle, might not translate over Zoom, but this is recording with your body, you're kind of drawing. So you're drawing like lines in space. It's a little less subtle, drawing like almost a kind of geometry based on your hands. And my studio mates are very patient. I run around with my iPad and I'm always like, oh, can I film you? And I like chase them around the studio, trying to make some cool movie. But a lot of times people think about augmented reality as adding a layer on top of reality. This is removing reality. So this is trying to remove a person from video. So saying, can we, instead of adding onto the video, could we subtract? And some filters, I'm gonna skip that. Last thing I'm going to talk about is the school. So I help teach at the School for Poetic Computation. We're an experimental school based in New York. And I teach a class there called Recreating the Past. And it's inspired by this book. I really love this book called The Art of Computer Designing. I'm going to find it. Let's see, The Art of Computer Designing. I should have had this ready to go. All right. So this is an amazing book from the early 90s by Osamu Sato. So 1993 from Osamu Sato. It's a Japanese designer. And it's about how you can use the computer to design. And I love this book. All of the kind of graphics, I really like the aesthetic of this book and I got excited about it. And I started to read it like cover to cover. It's all about how different processes that you can use with the computer to make graphical form. So I was, you know, like total, whenever I get excited about something, I just read every page. And I was reading the afterword, and I really love this. I want to just read this, this couple of sentences and then talk about this last sentence. He's thanking people at the end of his book. And he said, I would like to acknowledge my favorites, Russian avant-garde, Futurism, and Bauhaus, whose brilliant typefaces and designs have in many ways shaped my own mind. If the artists of those movements were alive now to work with computers, I am certain they would discover new artistic possibilities. The work of past ages accumulates and is remade again. And that last sentence, the work of past ages accumulates and is remade again, I think that's really important. I always talk about this sentence, that the past is there for you as a student, the past is there for you to recreate. And I think it's both a gift and an obligation. That it's a gift to say that you can engage with the past and you can take projects from the past and you can recreate them. But it's also an obligation to say it's your job to take the past, but to express it with today's voice, with today's tools and today's energy. So in my class, I have my students study the past and recreate it. So every week I'll talk about a different designer, like Muriel Cooper, I mentioned earlier, and the work of her students, the visual language workshop, and her design work. Or Vera Molnar is a Hungarian artist. And from the 70s, she's been drawing with a pen plotter. And so what my students will do will study the artist, and then for homework, they will recreate one of these projects. So reverse engineer the artwork and then recode it using modern tools. And we were invited to show this, the school at a festival in Houston. And what we suggested is that we wanted to show code and visuals side by side. So most times when you see artwork that's created with code, you don't see you see the output. You don't see the actual code. You just see the visuals, right? You never see the language, the words, the typography that makes the visual form. And we wanted to show both the type and the output side by side. So we did that with these LED screens where you can see code on one side and visuals on the other. And what you're seeing are the homeworks that my students made. So they recreated work, and you're seeing their recreations on these screens. And whenever any line would change in the code, you could see a corresponding change in the visual. So if some number changes, you see a corresponding change in the visual form. So I'll show you what this looked like. We also made a zine so that you could learn about these artists. So what you're seeing on the screen is what my students made, but obviously they were recreating the work of these artists. So we made a zine. So maybe you come to this music festival, you have a few beers, you're feeling really happy, you take the zine, you put it in your pocket, and then the next morning you can learn about these artists. See when there's like a number in the text that changes, you can see a corresponding change in the visual. So the idea was to really help people, even if you don't know code, even if you've never programmed, just to see this relationship between language and visual form, between type and output. The last thing I want to say, and then I'm happy to answer questions, is and I guess I'm early, but I'm exhausted. I've been on Zoom calls all day, so we can have questions and chat. I don't want to talk anymore. I am, it's a really strange time, right? This moment of COVID, and I was walking my dog and I saw this terrible graffiti earlier this summer. Somebody had written the word COVID-19 on the building near where I live. And I thought this was terrible because it felt like you're playing a video game, and there's like graffiti on the wall to tell you what the story is, or like it's a very bad science fiction movie. And I feel like we're living in a terrible science fiction movie right now. So when I saw this, I felt like, oh, this is environmental graphics it's like a really cheap set design for a movie. But then I was walking by the wall the other day and somebody had crossed it out and wrote the word hope. And this gave me a lot of hope, and I'm just happy to share it. And hopefully it can give you some hope too. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions and super excited to be here.
Zach, thank you so much. Amazing work. And yeah, I have a question. I was wondering if you could say, I mean, you didn't mention open frameworks, and that is really cool project that I, yeah.
Yeah, so I write software. So the work I make when I'm making these sketches, I'm writing code. And the tool that I use primarily is Open Framework. So most everything I post, not everything, but 99% of the time I'm writing in C++. And it's a tool that I love because I do a lot of computer vision and image processing and sound and stuff. And so C++ is a language which I really love to do those things. But there are lots of other tools like processing and so on. So, but that's a, you know, that's the tool, and I helped create that over a decade ago. And for me, it's so one of these things where you kind of, it's just so beautiful to build a tool and then see all the kind of creative things that people do with it. And I want to show, now that you asked that question, I want to show one project which I love. It's one of my favorite open frameworks project made by a former student of mine. I think this is so beautiful. I'm going to share it. So this project is called Delicate Boundaries, and it's by an artist named Chris Segru. And what she did for this project is she has a screen, just a regular computer screen with these bugs that are on it. And when you hold your hand up to the screen, the bugs come off of the screen onto your hand. So it's tracking your movement, and you can see something actually come off the screen. And we always talk about leaving the screen. We always that's a phrase we use. We say, oh, we're trying to leave the screen. And then here is this artwork that actually comes off the screen onto your hand. To me, it's it's so magical. It's so special. And this is really kind of emblematic of the project. So creating, because you can use cameras and projectors and so on, you create this situation where you have a screen and then you put your hand to it and something comes off the screen. To me, it's yeah, probably the best example that I can use to show you what open.
Yeah, of course, you have been to the Team Lab in Tokyo.
I have not been to I've seen their exhibit in Taiwan. I haven't been to their museum in Tokyo, but I've seen, Team Lab. I'm well aware. And we always, I have some friends in New York. We always, see each other all the time. And our favorite hobby is arguing about Team Lab. Is it art? Is it not art? Does it matter? People enjoy it. I love Team Lab's work.
There's a question by Tamara. What would you say is the main difference between other creative coding framework as processing P5 or real-time graphics such as Touch Designer?
Yeah, I mean, they're all of these tools just have different feeling, but they're in the same genre. So processing, I would say processing is a learning tool. So it's really great for learning. And P5.js is just, I think it's a really great tool for beginners because of the community. I think Open Frameworks is more of a making tool than a learning tool. So we're not so oriented towards learning and beginning, but if you're making stuff, it's a great community of people who are sharing tips and libraries and so on. And Touch Designer is of a genre of node-based programming, so it's very different. Like processing, P5, Open Frameworks are all
programming,
text programming. And not to say node programming is not programming, because you're using logic and you're using variables and so on, but it's just a different way of working. So I think they're, I oftentimes to my students, I don't give them any, I'll give code examples in Open Frameworks, but they can do the homework however they want, because I feel like programming languages are like different types of paper, that You can make, like paper has a quality, it has a feeling. You might have a really thick paper or really thin paper, but in the end, it's about what you put on it, right? It's what you put on the page. So,
yeah, great. Speaking of papers, I follow you on everywhere, and I'm a big fan of your work. And I see all the studies prints that you make.
Yeah, I'm a really most of the work I do is animation, right? I build animated form. I I'll capture it. I'll try to find a good moment. It's a little bit like I feel like I'm a wildlife photographer. I'm trying to just find something very cool and just make a good photograph. But I have gotten really interested in printing, and specifically my background is in printmaking. So I was always so happy to be in the printmaking studio and just, doing wood cuts and etching and silkscreen. And in the end, you have this piece of paper that your art, you can hold it in your hand. And I had some project I bought this printer for and didn't really use it, sort of sitting around my studio. And then one summer I said, okay, let me experiment. What if I took these sketches and made prints and sold them, and let me figure out what it costs and how to, all these things I don't know how to do. Let me make a store and find shipping and all these things. And I love it. I'm so happy. And it's just one of these things that, if I'm in the studio and I hear the printer printing, I know like work is happening. So I'll like every 10 minutes, like put in a new print and run to the post office. And but I think it's really like beautiful as an artist. You should think about all of these different ways that you can make things, right? And in the end, it just feels very like organic to say, I'm gonna make something and sell it. And maybe it's a $30 print, or maybe it's a really expensive thing. But if you can just be thinking about like, what am I making and how, what am I selling? And there's something like very organic about just making art and selling art. And that making prints have made me really happy.
We have one question in the chat. Okay, so I guess they're asking, how do you think in all of these concepts, not having to do with the representation in virtuality, in the representation of art through code? So
I'm not sure I totally understand the question. Let me try to can you rephrase the question?
Yeah, I believe it's like how, when you're approaching art through code, are you trying to represent something, or are you trying to like produce an environment for the code that you're creating, if that makes sense?
Yeah, I still don't totally understand, but what I would say is like, okay, when I'm making things, sometimes I know what I want to make. So I have to draw it on a piece of paper. I have a very clear idea. It's like, sometimes you get really obsessed with something, or obsessed with a kind of like, oh, I should do that, if I connect this to this, like I know what's going to happen. And so I have a very clear vision of what I'm going to make.
Okay.
And then I just try to get there, right? I know. And then sometimes I have no idea. I have no vision. My brain is empty. I'm messing around, and I like both. I like both activities. Like I don't feel I don't think all the time you need to know, what it's going to be. I think it's good to get lost. I think it's also good to, like, sometimes you get lost and you get too lost, and then oftentimes I'll say like, okay, I'm going to go back to what I know. I'm going to go back to what I can see, and part of being creative and being creative in public is trying to manage those things, right? Manage how much you know and how much you don't know, how safe you feel and how unsafe you feel. And a lot of times I find myself kind of traveling between those approaches. The way I describe it is like sometimes, you go to a city, a new city, and you'll go walking at night, and you'll like be like, oh, this area looks really cool, and I'll just keep walking, and then you'll turn around, you'll turn the corner, and then it's like it doesn't look nice anymore. It looks scary, or maybe I'm in the wrong place, and I think, and then you're like, oh, let me go back to some place I know. And so I think part of making art is about being lost and exploring, and then also feeling like, okay, I want to feel unsafe. I want to go somewhere I don't know, and then I want to go back to some place I know. And you're mapping out some foreign city that you've never been to, and and you're walking and you're getting lost.
And did your background in printmaking move you towards programming? Was it sort of this like getting lost in something, like maybe not necessarily having control over every aspect of the output? Like,
I think the thing about printmaking that I really love is it's very social, right? If you're in a printmaking studio, unless you're really rich, when you're in a studio, you're making prints with other people, right? And you have this big printing press, and you have somebody is putting paper in water, and somebody's inking a plate, and somebody is doing something else and pulling a print, and when you're there, it's very technical. You're sharing ideas, right? Somebody saying, let me try this technique, let me try this technique, and that conversation about techniques I really appreciate. And so I think when I started to work with code, I felt like it felt very sympathetic to when I had been working in the printmaking studio.
right. Couple more questions. One is from Tamara, wondering if recreating the past is going to be a course you're running sometime
Yeah,
soon.
I would like to. So right now we're doing some internal work at the school. So we ran a lot of classes in the summer, and then at the School for Poetic Computation. And we also started to realize that we were not really organized in a proper way. Like we were kind of organized more for like very part-time, like we just do this 10-week program, and we offered many classes this summer, and we realized that we also were failing our minority faculty and students, and thinking a lot about kind of the Black Lives Matter movement and moves for racial justice in America, and kind of what they meant for the school. So at the moment, we're doing a lot of internal work, thinking about kind of what is a better way of organizing the school, and how can we do a better job. And so we're pausing classes while we reorganize, and then we will offer them again soon. So I plan to offer Recreating the Past again, but probably not in the winter, probably in the springtime.
That seems like a really good reason, and it's
Yeah.
great to hear you guys are doing that work.
Yeah. And have you always been attracted by art installation? Yeah, I have. So I grew up just outside of Chicago, and one of the things that I always loved is my parents would take me to to museums, and I just always loved going to museums. But then I'll tell you one thing that I saw when I was a kid, and it changed my life. And it took me years to figure out who made this project, but I saw a television show, and the concept of the television show was art cars that have art on them. And it was full of all of these like super weird things. Like somebody had a car where they just like glued buttons to the car, like found every button that they could, and like covered the car in buttons. But the thing that just changed my life, like absolutely changed my life, is this artist. I want to say, I'm going to look. I want to say Eric Weller. Let me see if that's right. No, Eric. I'm looking for it. So this was a VW Beetle. So like a, you know, the beetle, the I guess it's a very common thing, and it was covered in light bulbs. Like all over the car was covered in light bulbs, and it was so beautiful. I'm gonna find a picture of it. I know how to find the artist. Just give me a second. And the light bulbs were animated, and it just was so it was so incredible. Okay, it's Eric Stoller.
Eric Stoller.
I'm
Okay.
gonna find the picture. Hold on. I know we have 1 minute left.
Very good. We have one more question if we have time, Santiago.
Yes. Just one more, and then yeah.
I'm gonna show this picture of this thing which like changed my life. So I saw this as a kid. I saw this like television show where they were like, here's all these cars that make art. And this was like so incredible. It was animated, and the lights were like strobing and making patterns and driving around the city. And I just thought this was like the coolest thing I had ever seen. I had no idea how to make anything like this, but I like loved it. Like it, you know, sometimes if you see the right artwork or the right thing at the right time, it changes your brain.
Yeah.
For me, this like changed my brain to see this.
Amazing.
Okay, one last question. We have someone asking, do you ever share or have you ever considered sharing some of your the code for your daily sketches?
Yeah, so I get this question a lot. So I share a lot of code through teaching, and I have a lot of code on my GitHub. But the daily sketches for me feel very personal because I'm working through. To me, they're like babies in a way. Like I don't know their personality yet. I don't know who they are yet, and it's like a diary. So for me, it's not a teaching tool. I don't think of the sketches for teaching people, and I want to work through them personally to see what they are. But I am always happy to answer questions. So people ask questions. I'm always happy to. I'm not secret. I don't want to be secretive about anything. So I'll always say like, "Oh, here's how I made it. It was a shader. I did this. I did that." I don't want to be secretive about the process. But the sketches are like, they're my diary. So I just don't. I want to work through them personally. But I'm try to be very open about my process.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Zach. A really inspiring work, and we were really happy to have you. Thank you so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much. And now,
we got them.
I'm going to present you, Ben. Well, thank you so much to everybody who have joined us from the last couple of days. Ben, I will present you in Spanish. Ben Keel es diseñador tipográfico, educador y socio de XYZ Type. Durante sus años de trabajo en House Industries, Ben se especializó en abordar problemas complejos en la intersección del diseño y tecnología. Ahora trabaja con la sede de XYZ Type en St. Louis, Missouri. Ben recibió su maestría en diseño tipográfico en la Universidad de Reading. Actualmente enseña en Type at Cooper y Washington University en St. Louis. Plus, he's a very funny guy, you will see. And Ben, thank you. And
thank you.
Muchas de nada.
Yes. I will apologize that my Spanish is terrible. You have witnessed most of it. My high school Spanish teacher, to her shame. So I will be presenting in English. Let me share my screen. This is where Zoom gets weird. Hold on a second. And I will try and speak slowly. Oh, you have to enable screen sharing for me. The joys of Zoom. All right, cool.
All right.
Let's see, desktop 1. All right, cool. All right, so hi everyone. It is like an honor to be asked to speak here. I've been dropping in as much as possible this week. The talks have been amazing. Zach should be going after me. I should be going before Zach. He's the headliner. I am not. Being able to speak in the company of a bunch of people I admire is quite an honor. Thank you very much to Santiago and all the organizers. Before I start, as Santiago said, I'm here. I live in St. Louis. I work in St. Louis. I just want to honor the Illinois people who were the original protectors of St. Louis. That's the original people who inhabited St. Louis before they were pushed out. So I just wanted to honor their presence here where I am. And part of that is the last 8 months or so, I think, have been a big period of reflection for a lot of people. It has been for Jesse Reagan, who's my business partner, and I, a big reflection on our business and what we're doing and where we're going. And so in this talk, I'm going to try and, as much as is possible, practice radical honesty. So please feel free to ask any questions. I will do my best to answer them. And I'm going to start with actually a diagram that I saw Nick make in a much better way, which I'm totally stealing, Nick, if you're still there listening. And this is a diagram I always show my students. And I start with saying to my students that, you know, design is kind of this, we have to take a couple things as facts that I don't think are actually facts, but we can think of design as an infinite line, which is probably not true. But we can think of it that way. And we can think of there being an ideal solution to any design problem, which I also don't quite agree with, but we can think of it for the sake of argument. And you start somewhere. And there are two ways of approaching design. There's the way where you start somewhere and you make small steps. And at a certain point, you're human and you're going to stop. And then there's a view of design where you make big leaps. You often overshoot and make something that looks terrible or doesn't work, but you know how to scale it back and get to a point where something works. So I think often I practice the first and not the second, and I always try and strive for the second. So I'm going to show you a bunch of cases where maybe I did the first and not the second, but I think this is a useful framing tool for thinking about the design process. So oops, sorry. Come on. All right. There we go. So this is like the 3-word or 3-idea bio that I have for myself, that I exist as a typeface designer, an educator, and a partner in XYZ type. So I'm just going to talk about each of those parts of I guess, my identity. And I'm going to show you the first typeface I ever designed. I'm only proud of this because it made it onto the Lines and Splines blog. You can guess how old that is. This is Internet Explorer on the Mac. This is bad. This is the first thing I ever made. This was based on some sort of undergraduate reading of Thomas Pynchon's Gravity's Rainbow applied to typeface design, with having no context for what typeface design was or could be, and making forms that were not great. I'm happy that Zach showed Flash, because I think the best part of this project was the animation of the process of each letter form. The letter forms themselves were terrible. But the animation of them morphing as they changed, pre-variable fonts, was pretty amazing. Of course, it doesn't run anymore. I don't even know if I have those files anymore, because this is about 20 years old. So this is where I started. And this is probably a great encouragement to any of you starting out in typeface design, that it can be this bad, and that's okay. I want to talk briefly about a project that has a circuitous route. There's this idea of, I think everything I do, I have this overly optimistic view of how long it's going to take, which is always disproven. This is a project that I can't even say is new anymore, but this is a tale of a cheerfully boring typeface. And it starts sort of in 2011. So already I've been working this thing for 9 years. And it started with a commission that Chris Soursby got from PayPal. And Chris asked me to help him with this because the brief went something like this, that they wanted a humanist sans that was mobile first and numeral centric. Probably not like these numerals. This is worth numerals. I always have to throw in a house industry slide. This is worth numerals that I drew for house, which got applied to a bunch of product that you'll see on the right. More like these numerals. PayPal exists as an app really about money. Money is all about numbers. So they really wanted something distinct for the numbers. By the way, they needed 3 options to start with, A through Z, numerals and punctuation and currency, so they could test these. So that was kind of a tall order. The deadline was pretty tight. So whenever that happens to type designers, we tend to go to our graveyards. And my graveyard is this, August 2005. And this was when I handed in my typeface as part of my master's degree at University of Reading. This is the work file. This is also bad. This is not as bad as the first thing I showed you, but it's also pretty bad. It's thick. It's got a design brief. You can see like the spacing is probably not the best there. It's got some weight issues. You know, that serif structure is really silly. This T never found a way to end correctly. The Y is like far too short. It has so many many issues as any student project does. You know, like what was I thinking there? That was just dumb. You know, it was this idea of sort of looking at Perpetua and also looking at the line of type legibility group and making a typeface that was intended for large print readers. It probably didn't fulfill that. The other thing at the University of Reading is the influence of Herod Unger, who was an amazing, amazing teacher. He's a teacher that as an educator, I aspire to be half, maybe a quarter as good as Herod was. But his influence is strong at Reading. And so here are my sketches. They're terrible. But there's this thing that every Reading student has to contend with is that the university typeface is Swift by Herod. And so it's the typeface you see every day. So you kind of have to beat the Swift out of your typeface at some point at the University of Reading. So you'll see kind of like where my typeface Cimarron was, and you can see where Swift is, and it's probably frighteningly too close. There you go. We're going to have counterforms like that. We're going to have A's that look like that. And the E is like not intentionally, but like far too close. As a student, you don't realize these things. And it just takes a while to kind of like, with hindsight, you do. But the whole idea here was to make a typeface where the counters were open. That's what Swift does that Excelsior does not. So this is where it ended up. It existed in a graveyard. As I like to say, we learned together and it can be dead now. But that's when PayPal comes in. And there's this idea of recycling your typeface designs. So one easy way of doing that is to take a sans serif, lop off all of the serifs, and all of a sudden you have, you have, a sans serif that you can start with. The S doesn't look great. It's got to be redistributed, but you may actually have a better typeface than what you had at the beginning. So this is where it was. This is what it turned into for this project. Still doesn't have the best spacing, but it was a quick project. So I think it actually, as a sans serif, is way better than what it was before. Here it is respaced. There we go. Okay. And we changed the arches. Okay. So you can see here the changes that happened as this project went forward. We dropped a bunch. We dropped all the exit strokes. The weight got redistributed. The curves were a lot less awkward. And they developed a little bit of some sort of Foundry Olive kind of weight distribution. So it was pretty fun, and it was a big shift. This was sort of our mock-up that we tested things in as we were working, And you can see the changes here. So things got a lot cleaner and easier to work with. And thinking about something for screen, you're thinking about what's going to render best and what's going to render easiest. So having terminals at the 90 or the 0 degree just renders a little bit better on screen. And you can see that got applied kind of everywhere. And sort of thinking about ways of just increasing the legibility. That's the L, and it got a little turn at the bottom, so it doesn't look like a cap I or the numeral 1. It's enhanced geometry. So it's a project where, you know, X height gets raised, these things all happen. And it was this idea of making something was actually a lot narrower because the idea was this was for mobile. So mobile screens are typically portrait. So having a narrower typeface can help. And you can see the numerals, or this idea of having kind of a mid-cap numeral that kind of ranged. So it was something you didn't see on screen a bunch, kind of having these not quite old style numerals, but sort of old style numerals, just for a little bit of texture and flair. So that's where that ended up. And this is what was proposed, and it was killed, which is actually the best output for this project, that it was not chosen. I will tell you, using PayPal is a weird experience because this was a sort of long project. So every time I see PayPal, it's like giving your money to like a former partner. It's very odd. It's a very odd experience using PayPal for me. But it's a lot better of a typeface now, which meant that I can now use it as something that can become a retail typeface. So that involved a bunch of rethinking, rethinking weights from that test, getting feedback from Jesse, my partner, who we sort of passed things back and forth all the time, giving each other feedback and pushing. Really what we do as business partners and as design partners is kind of push each other out of our comfort zones. Jesse probably does that to me more than I do it to him. But it's something I really appreciate about a working partnership. So in doing this, we're also looking at a couple exemplars of interface typefaces, because this is kind of intended for screen. You know, Frutiger and Lucida are two that kind of stand out. So just a little bit of a comparison, kind of type geeking out. So Cimarron had a little bit more contrast, so it had a little bit more life. And you can kind of see that here with the joins, tails, a little less flare actually in the E, a little easier to recognize the lowercase l, and about the same width. And then comparing it to Lucida, just thinking about, again, a similar structure there, a little bit more closed in, just kind of going through and finding ways to make it its own thing and not in the same vein as a typeface that exists. One thing that we always try and tell clients is there's no point in drawing something that already exists. It's a waste of time and money. So trying to find those differences, especially in a sans serif, can sometimes be difficult, but looking for areas of improvement or just difference. And so this is a sort of where it lives now on the right and where it was on the left for PayPal. And sort of that comparison there, it's actually gotten a little bit better spaced and a little less narrow. But Jesse really hated the name Cimarron. I have as a youth, did a lot of hiking in New Mexico, and so Cimarron is close to my heart. But we were going to call it Decimal for a while, but we didn't like that name, and we've decided to call it grep. Ironically, we had it named Decimal before the typeface Decimal came out. So, and I don't know if this presentation, which is based on something I have given before, was the genesis of that name. No one will never know. Typeface naming is probably the worst part about typeface design. As soon as you think you have a name, something gets released and you have to rename your typeface. But it's the typeface that we use on our website for all the small text, and it's been used in a couple other projects. So that's grep. Just to show you a little bit more about the design process, I just wanted to show you, I know Greg spoke this morning. I didn't have a chance to listen to Greg's talk, but this is a project I did for Commercial Type where Greg is employed. And this is Dalla Prisma. And it started out as this idea of like trying to make prismatics of a bunch of different commercial typefaces. And so this is a rough test. I don't know what I was thinking for that lowercase I, but working through that. And really looking, this is another test that we did, but this felt too much like Prisma Set, which James Goggin was working on at the time. So we didn't go in this direction. There's this weird D, which I find to be kind of funny, but probably awful. Same thing there in the E, the R. So I think my process is full of making like the stupid mistakes and editing them out, or having someone help me edit them out, and then getting to something that is more interesting and better. Kind of like that. The dot of the I is fun. So this is where we ended up, and sort of testing this through, we were like, how many lines should this have? So just trying to decide if it should have 2 lines, 3 lines, 4 lines, 5 lines, working through things like this. What would the R look like? Should it just be this weird beach ball shape? Should it have a little bit more flair, or a little bit more flair like that? Just kind of figuring out like, oh, maybe small things should actually have less lines than big things. So this is kind of where something like this ended up. And this is it. Dalla Prisma exists in a 5-line, a 4-line, and a 3-line version. This is the 5-line version. And things like this require a bunch of tests, like how should strokes end? There was this idea, which was actually things got too tight and didn't work very well small. There's this idea, a little bit more space, and kind of this weird idea where things kind of just stop. So just, you're always looking through, trying to figure out what might be best. This is what we came to in the end. The last typeface I want to talk about, and I'm going to talk about some other work, is this typeface Ballast. I've been very lucky to have worked with Commercial Type and to sort of been given some freelance projects by Christian and Paul. And this project kind of came out of that. I drew back, I forget, I think this was 2011. No, 2017. May have been 16. I forgot the date on this project now. And we I drew test characters for a proposal for New York Magazine to redo their typographic palette. The project didn't go anywhere, but it came back a little bit later, directly from New York Magazine when they were at their 50th anniversary year, and they wanted something for that issue that was more condensed than the Egyptian that they had. So it was fortuitous because I could go back to those older sketches and start drawing from that. And this is kind of the range of compression that we explored in that project. I'm very partial actually to the XXX compressed, which is not what we went with. I think we just went with the extra compressed, but drawing things that are like stupid is kind of a personal joy of mine. The dumber it is, the more I like it. I'm very partial to the typefaces in the 19th century. Like, just like whatever stupid idea gets attention is what we're going to make in metal. And so when I'm drawing, like, the dumb ideas are the ones I like. So this is what it looked like in the magazine. Projects tend to have these winding routes. And so this kind of sat for a while. Jesse and I have a kind of private page on our website where we can direct clients to things that we have in progress. And this kind of sat on that page until our friends at Champion Design came to us, and they wanted to use the design for their identity work for Supermajority, which is a political action group here in the States that sort of advocates for women in politics. And so, like, anytime you get a project where you're drawing a typeface that you kind of enjoy drawing and for a cause that you feel akin to, it's kind of like the perfect thing. That's what you want. And so this was a logo mark down there at the bottom for supermajority, and then a custom typeface. So this kind of shows you like those changes between what the typeface was to their custom logo mark. And then it's always great to get to see the stuff get used everywhere. And so this is sort of all the use cases. And they have this as a custom typeface, so it keeps on popping up. The founders of Supermajority were just featured in the New York Times, and so you get to see like the logo you made in the Times, which is always kind of very cool. And that feeling I don't think ever goes away. Like that's pretty awesome. But this, again, like many things, sat for a while. And then we were fortunate enough to get invited to put some stuff up on Future Fonts, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But this now exists as a typeface called Ballast up on Future Fonts, and we had great plans. We launched this. We launched 2 typefaces on Future Fonts at the very beginning of the year, pre-pandemic, and we had a schedule of how our updates were going to go. And then the pandemic happened, and I have not touched it as much as I wanted to. So a more condensed one is coming. So by now, more is coming at some point. The Future Fonts is a great sort of venue for our work. I'm going to talk about in a later part of this talk. But part of that is the sort of marketing material. I just wanted to spotlight Kevin McCoy of Workplay, and they're a local design firm here. Kevin is a good friend who really kind of like made this Riso zine with the typeface to promote it. And then I shot a bunch of photos. This actually was the best thing to happen. This got a great response. Type designers are their own worst enemy when it comes to designing with promotional material with their typefaces, because as type designers, you tend to be too limited in the utility of the thing that you've just designed. You only see it one way and you don't see the possibilities. It does look like wood type. And it's kind of fun. This also is funny because the local Riso place that prints a bunch of stuff, Riso Hell here in St. Louis, they were going on vacation and I was going on a trip, and I got a phone call from Kevin saying, we have to send this thing to print like today. We need the name of the typeface. And so I had like a plane ride to figure out what the name would be, which was great because I didn't have to angst about it. It was just like, that's not taken. Wonderful. It means like big heavy thing. Done. Let's go. Ship it. Pun actually not intended, but it was a good one. So those are sort of like 3 processes just to show in terms of, I think at least in my typographic work, that things take a really long time. However long I think it's going to take, it's probably about 3 times as long. I'm not like James, who tries to get things out kind of very at a quick clip. James had a great presentation last night. If you haven't seen that, go back and watch it. But listening to him talk, and like I do sort of the opposite thing James does. So maybe I should be more like James. I will not get as tall as James, however. So another part of what I do is I work as an educator. And so this is, I teach at Washington University mainly, and I teach typography to undergrads. So I teach type 1, type 2, and some other classes. And teaching to me is, I think, fundamental to my practice. It makes me slow down, think about what I do and what I make, and it really forces you to explain it. So these are exercises that we torture our type 1 students with, where they have to take a letter form and draw them really big freehand. On the left is when I was really mean one year and made them basically use Plaka and paint everything, and then use white acrylic to form the counterforms. I think they really did not like me that year. Usually it's just Sharpie and pencil, as you see on the right. But I'm fortunate enough to teach a couple sort of introductory classes, and I really like teaching those classes because you get to introduce students to typography who have not been introduced before. This is some work from Emily Duncan from a couple years ago. And I teach a sophomore class sometimes called Type and Letter Form. In that class, they kind of just explore letter form, not even in the sense of typography, just letters as fun things to play with. And I torture them by making them use the photocopier over and over again. And they don't understand why. But we kind of work on this idea of iteration, coming up with a wide design space. And I find that to be a lot of fun. Part of teaching is writing. And I think this is sort of a sort of incongruous, but sort of like, I think kind of in line. This is an article I wrote when I was a student writing about RoboFab back in 2005. So now you know how old I am. I feel like I've been in the sort of the type world now for, I guess this means 15 years. And I don't know quite how to make stock of that. But I wrote this article and it sort of opened a lot of, thank you, June. Add 10 years to that, June. It's opened a lot of doors and sort of possibilities. And so I wrote this thing and it has led to me working on a bunch of open source projects for typeface design, most notably the UFO, the Unified Font Object project, and Font Parts, which is what took over RoboFab. And so I teach Python and sort of writing code for typeface design at Cooper Union, and as part of the Cooper Type program, and sort of like help people with scripts here and there. But really spending some time, and I view this as teaching because this is not really, this is paid probably worse than teaching because it's not paid at all. But sort of giving back to the community that has given me so much, giving them tools and sort of things that make people's livelihood and workflow work is kind of important to me because I wouldn't be where I am without people doing that for me and giving me that opportunity. So this I view as work that I give back, and in a way it's education and teaching, showing people how you can do things with code and what the possibilities can be. And all this stuff sort of underpins what a lot of working type designers use. The UFO, Python is in all of the font editors and builds a bunch of other font tools. But I've been able to take this back into my teaching at WashU. This class ran last spring. It's called Programming Design. This was the crazy animation I made. These are all posters that I then just printed out. These were all generated in Drawbot kind of randomly, and I just splattered them all around campus to get people to take my class. And it was this really great class, and seeing Zach reference Muriel Cooper in his talk was sort of the model actually for this class. Students wrote code and then worked in our book studio. So on the right, you're seeing this stuff that is used for masking sandblasting. So if you're sandblasting out a piece of lettering on a piece of granite, you use this material, but it cuts really easily with a knife plotter, and you can print from it letterpress if it's type high. And so that's done with our knife plotter. But that whole design was made in code, and you see patterns being made there on the left in code, printed out on the school's risograph. And kind of going back and forth between code and the analog. This class has been sort of fundamental in changing how I view teaching, and it's been a long time in coming. I got into typeface design purely because I fell in love with letterpress printing as an undergraduate. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing without an experience printing. Ironically, I went to Washington University as an undergrad, and the book studio when I was a student, it was in a windowless basement, and now it has windows, is the same material that I used as a student like over 20 years ago. And now I'm teaching in that room, kind of sharing all this stuff with students and going back and forth. So just a couple output from this class. Once everyone sees the Riso, everyone only wants to print the Riso and not letterpress, which always depresses me. So I kind of force them still to print letterpress. The risograph has no cleanup. And so everyone just likes hitting a button and being done and getting ink on paper. And COVID happened for this class. I just wanted to share you two sort of designs they made. We sort of managed the production of these, and they were printed here and mailed to the students, but they made generated zines that they, as their final project. So that's one from Janiqua Fan on the left and Joseph Wang on the right, kind of just a beautiful output. Putting this talk together made me realize I actually need to shoot these things so they properly, because I just kind of have the quick snaps I took to send the students to say, look, they came, I'm sending them to you. So the last thing I'm going to talk about is XYZ type and sort of running a type foundry. And this is sort of like a conglomeration. Type Foundry really, as I explained to my parents' friends often, is just a website where you can buy some fonts. It has nothing to do with casting metal, as everyone at this conference knows. In the middle there is sort of our announcement animation and some other things. And you'll see a picture of Jesse and I there down on the right. So we started planning XYZ in 2015, and we did not launch into 2017. We probably wouldn't have launched in 2017 had not the person doing the programming for our website say, guys, I'm tired of this. You said this is going to be a 6-month project. It has been a year and a half. I have more projects coming. I won't be able to touch your project for a year if you don't launch now. So that was great for us. Because we needed that push. And so Jesse and I really thought, we have been working as typeface designers collectively probably now at least 30 years. We have type production down. We know how type websites work. And so we're like, great, we've got the whole package. Let's launch. And we launched. And then there wasn't a moment, because we don't work in the same space, but there was a moment probably over email where we said, oh, marketing. That's right. We have all these skills, but you know what? Marketing is probably something that we don't have as a skill. And so I'll walk you through our evolution of marketing, because I think actually as good as your typefaces are, as well drawn, well crafted, well engineered, well hinted, well prepared, they can be perfect in all those aspects, but if you don't tell people they exist for them to buy, no one is going to buy your typefaces because they just don't know about them. And so type marketing, I think, is a really hard thing. We find it hard, at least, and I don't know if we've come to any great solutions, but I'll share with you our mistakes and what we have done. And so the first thing, Topos Graphics, are good friends, Seth and Roy, who run Topos. They're fantastic designers. They did our identity, the design of our website, and they produced this poster for us for the first, when we launched for Typographics. And this poster is huge. It was the maximum press sheet. I can't remember offhand how tall it is, but it's a big poster. These are all the periods from our typefaces at the time. No one actually got that these are the periods from our typefaces, which is kind of totally fine. But this was actually an obnoxious poster to hand out to people because it was so big. And what we found very quickly was also an obnoxious poster to mail because it costs so much. And so while we love this poster to death, we both have them framed. It is awesome. This may have not been the marketing success that we thought it was going to be. So the next year for typographics, and it tends to be typographics where you produce printed material, going back to education, one great thing about education is that you find students who are incredibly talented, who think about type in radically different ways than you do, who are young and eager to make cool stuff, and they don't have kind of the constraints that they would with long careers. They don't think about things quite in the same way, and that's really energizing as an educator and can be really great it's a type foundry. So Chantel and Noah were two students, and they designed this, which it was a newspaper club kind of printed thing. So we got to play with offset printing. And these were all sort of fictional concert posters for bands whose names started with X, Y, or Z. That's the concept. It was kind of this fun thing. Again, I hadn't gotten as smart as I should have been about mailing, because Newspaper Club is awesome, except all their sizes are non-standard for the US. So mailing something means putting this in an envelope which is kind of large and bumps your postage cost up. So if you want to mail them out to all your clients, this costs way more than it should have for something that was printed newsprint. But that was another live and learn moment. But I think this thing came out really well. So this is something that we did for the next typographics, and actually I designed this. I occasionally get to pretend that I was trained as a graphic designer. And so this we made, finally getting smart, as a single sheet card with just three colors of ink, and it fit very nicely into the maximum size envelope that you can mail letter rate, which I think is the best advice I can give you. If you're going to, as a foundry, plan something for mailing, get it to be letter rate, because you can mail a lot of them for a lot less money. And so finally, we learned our lesson. It only took us 3 typographics to do that. So this is fun. This is one of those things where I really love printing. And so going into a printer and having them say like, I don't think you can do this. I'm like, no, you can do this. Is always a good time. For this year's typographics, COVID happened. Before that, we had engaged Kelly Anderson, who is a distant relative of Jesse, actually, to do something for us, but we hadn't penned it down. And so after COVID happened, we're like, okay, just do an animation. Kelly does these amazing animations that she basically prints each frame on the risograph and then scans them in, and then makes the animation. So you see the animation on the left, and then basically all the frames that she used for that animation there on the right as a poster, which then we didn't mail these for free. You can get them. I'm happy to mail them to you. They're off. They usually are in a box behind me, but I moved that box so my background looked better. So please, if you want one, you can go to stuff.xyztype.com and order any of these specimens. I will send them to you personally, and you will get stuff out of my office, which is great. So stuff.xyztype.com. The other thing that we have done in terms of marketing is we've realized like we have to give in to Instagram. And Jesse and I both are not like super Instagram people. So what we've done is we've stolen a page out of our friend Ilya Rudiman's Type Today Foundry, which is in Russia. And they have this thing where they'll hire someone to basically do a takeover of their Instagram. And so this was a set that Natalia Oldensky did, who's a former student of ours, of mine. So she was actually the first one. Then Stefan White did some. He's a local St. Louis designer. So there are lots of St. Louis references, which I always enjoy. We had Beatrice Lorenzo do these 4 animations. These are 3 of the 4 animations. We did these last month. I will not take credit for flipping Pennsylvania with these animations, but it is entirely possible that these animations changed an election. I'm not, probably not, but maybe. Gonna go with no. But Beatrice did these fantastic animations for us. The other pro tip about Instagram that we have found is that anything animated gets like 8,000 times the number of likes than anything that it's static. So if you can do anything with animated type, and it was great to see Monkey Type the other day and all their typographic animations. I highly recommend animated type for Instagram if you're a foundry, because it gets so many more likes. I don't know why, but it does. And you're going to get a sneak preview now because we haven't even posted these things I'm about to show you. So again, it's fantastic to have talented students. These are two things that don't tell Jesse I showed these to you. I don't think Jesse is actually watching this talk, so he can't get mad at me if he doesn't know. But these are two letters. On the left is Cortado, on the right is Study. By Shannon Levin. She's interpreting our typefaces in her illustrated style, which we're super excited about. So those will start showing up on our Instagram. So there's marketing, and then there's sales. And Shannon is fantastic. Shannon is Great Sneeze, GREAT_SNEEZE on Instagram. I may have just misspelled sneeze. No, I didn't. Anyway, Great Sneeze on Instagram. She's a great follow. So sales, and sales as a foundry is dealing with licensing, distributors, email, and all that, and sort of trying as a small foundry to figure out how all these pieces work together. And it was nice to hear James last night about his take on things. And I'll be radically honest with everyone listening. You know, a lot of our foundry income currently comes from Adobe fonts, and we are trying to increase our direct sales, which I think James is talking about. He is also trying to do. So trying to figure out how we can increase direct sales to our website is a nut that we haven't quite cracked, but we're working at it. Some of the Instagram marketing is part of that, but we're happy to be a partner with Adobe. You know, I shouldn't tell you this, but if you want to use any of our typefaces and you pay Adobe your monthly Adobe tax, you know, you can just sync all our fonts. If you need extended licensing, come talk to us. We're very friendly. But if you just want to try anything out, sync them. And so part of that is also, what do you make? And Future Fonts has been this thing that has been really eye-opening to both Jesse and I. And these are the two typefaces right now that we have up on Future Fonts. Ballast on the right, which I've already talked about, and Cedars Jesse on the left. And that image for Cedar is made by Vanna Vu, who's a former student. Vanna does actually a lot of our Foundry graphic design. Anytime we can hand something off to Vanna, we do, because she does such a great job and kind of understands us. And anytime that we can spend not having to make images or PDF specimens, and we can actually draw type, is money well spent for Vanna. So these two typefaces, we didn't really know what they would do retail. And so it's sort of like Future Fonts is this way of testing things. And so Cedar has not been the seller that we thought it would be. So it means that we're not going to invest as much time into Cedar right now as we might have otherwise. But Ballast has been a seller. And so it's telling that, which tells me I need to like reprioritize the projects I'm working on, and spend some more time finishing that up. So Future Fonts for us has been this great way of testing things to see what people like. We're not entirely sure if the Future Fonts market is the total font market, but at least gives us an indication of what people like. It feels to us like people at Future Fonts like things that are a little bit more edgy, or maybe a little more out there. So maybe it's not a total indication, but we definitely enjoy being part of that community and seeing what people are doing. So if you haven't checked Future Fonts out, you should definitely do so. And then running a foundry is all the other things. I think I have a very similar slide to what James had last night from Oh No. But you know, running a foundry means accounting, support, meetings, advertising, social media, PR, writing, drawing, client work, so many Google Docs. So many Google Docs do we have. that I can't keep track of anymore. So it's all these things, and the thing you want to do is draw, but you have to do all the other things. And so sometimes that means things take way longer than you thought they're going to. And with that, thank you so much. Again, it's an honor to be asked to come speak to this conference. I really wish we were all in Mexico. I love coming down to Mexico. It is a highlight of my year anytime I get to. But I still very much appreciate being asked, and I'll take any questions that anyone has.
Thank you so much. And of course, next year, probably. Well, not probably, definitely. Yes. All right. So, questions, and everybody turn on their camera and mic. It's open mic.
I know. This is the last talk, and I know people have been sitting through a lot, and no one likes sitting on Zoom. I know how that goes. So, like, so much of my life now has been on Zoom teaching. It's sad, but it's great to see everyone. Thank you all for coming.
I have a question.
All right.
What do you think about those designers who believe there are only a handful of useful type designs?
I think they're missing out, but if that's what they want, that's fine. I mean, I'm not going to tell anyone how to be a graphic designer. So I think there is a universe of useful designs. There's more stuff being made now than there ever has before. There's more high quality type design work being put out than any other time in, I think, history right now. And so, like, limiting yourself, I mean, I personally find it like kind of sad, but I think it's also like, it may be a reaction against, like, there's so much stuff, I just know what I know, and that's fine. And so I understand the flip side. But I think there's great stuff to dig into, and there's lots of fantastic designers to explore. So that was my non-answer answer. like if that's your opinion, Leo, 1 second. If that's your opinion, like, I'm probably not going to change your opinion, but I would just say there's a lot of good stuff to dig through. Yeah, Leo.
Thank you. I was wondering, do you think that there is a kind of a new trend in type design? I have seen lately that because of the variable fonts and all the new shapes and things that you can make or we can make with technology, there is like a new archetype type of form of type. I don't know if I am explaining myself. Do you think that this is happening really because of technology? You see what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I think probably, I mean, my favorite answer to any question is it depends, which basically is the answer Ruben just got. But I think yes, technology has always influenced what's possible in type. Each technological shift that type has gone through has sparked different possibilities for design that then people take advantage of. So you see that in the 19th century. You'll see that in the phototype era. You'll see that in the early digital font era. And you're seeing it now in variable fonts. So yeah, I think it will change how people see and draw type. Some of that will stick around, some of it won't. I think I've been going through a bunch of like early 90s stuff with students recently, and I kind of miss it desperately. And I miss this idea of texture and grit that we've kind of lost in design. Like, everything has become flat shape. And so looking back at that, I mean, it's also like like now I'm approaching middle age, and so you have nostalgia for your youth, and so like I love that stuff when I was a teenager, and now I'm looking back at it and loving that stuff all over again. So maybe sort of rose-colored glasses, but I do miss that texture, so I'm glad to see people experimenting. Who knows how much of it will stay, but yeah. Nick is asking, unexpected part of running your own type foundry. I mean, I gave you the honest answer is like, we didn't really think through marketing the way we're supposed to. And so that was like the most unexpected part, which is really dumb of us. It's really, really dumb. You know, like it's not, running a type foundry is not Field of Dreams. Like you can build it, but they may not come. And so that's the marketing bit. And then trying to think what other unexpected things. I think that's the biggest thing. I'll probably have a better answer as I think some more. I'll probably, stream more font mastering on Twitch at some point in the future. And no, I did not get this mic, June, for Twitch. I got this mic for teaching. All my students say I should have a podcast, and I say,
yes,
I don't have a topic. Like this doesn't work this way. You don't just have a podcast and start talking. They're like, no, we'll do the art. I'm like, no, you're missing the concept.
Font mastering podcast. That sounds fun.
That would have like 3 episodes, and that would be it.
No.
It would have 3 listeners at least.
It could be you QAing like your old fonts or something. I'm sure you could find some.
It's entirely possible. First approach to students that don't know any typography. That's a really interesting question right now. That's a class. I'm teaching this class right now to MFA illustration students. For the most part, I have a couple undergrads that I've had before, but the MFA illustration students really come from an illustration and not a design background. And so I think engaging people where they are is the most important thing to get people into type. And so my first approach for students like that is just to, I've eased them in with assignments that feel more like illustration assignments than they do typography assignments. And so their first assignment was to print some stuff. Actually, no, they couldn't print some stuff, COVID. I gave them scans of printed wood type, and they were making abstract compositions with that. So sort of like easing people in that way, just starting to think about form. Because anyone who's coming to design, has a visual acuity and a visual sense. So I think bringing people in to appreciate form first and composition that way, and then getting into like, okay, now you know how type can work as image. Now we're going to get into how type works on the page. And honestly, like to plug Cyrus, Cyrus's book Inside Paragraphs is fantastic for students to get them into the basics of typography. It's that book and Detail in Typography by Josta Kohli that I force upon my students. So to further answer that, you bring them in slowly. And you kind of start with words, setting words, and having fun with like just large words, and then you can get into text setting.
Question from Lawrence. How do you think being a type designer will change in the next 10, 20 years?
I have no idea. I don't know, Lawrence. I wish I knew the answer to that. It feels like right now, especially Jesse and I have been having these conversations about like, especially with everything that's been happening in the States, like what we do as type designers seems sort of very like small compared to the needs of the world. It hasn't stopped us from doing it because I don't think we don't really know how to do anything else. But in 10 to 20 years, I mean, I think it's going to be, I mean, okay, I'll give you my answer. I think I don't know how being a type designer is going to change, but I think how typography will change is this. I think motion is becoming a much bigger thing. So I think like type responding to motion and how type designers deal with that is something that we're trying to think a lot about right now. And then I think type in virtual environments, like how type responds in AR or VR. And I think probably AR before VR. I really hope we don't enter into a world where everyone just wears VR headsets and like sits in their room and like flails their arms, because that seems really depressing. But I think AR is something that will come, and figuring out how type can better aid those environments is the next after motion. And part of that will be variable fonts, and part of it will just be how things are drawn. I don't know how that will change being a type designer in 10 to 20 years, but I think that's how like type design, I think that's how typography will change.
Yeah, I believe that just the way of doing, because the shapes will remain very the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's sort of like what's going to work in those environments. But I mean, I don't, as a profession, I think part of it, you'll see larger teams because projects need larger character sets. I think we're past that period of time. I don't think we're past the period of time, but I think we're at a period of time where you know, it's harder to be a single person in a room drawing type if you want to engage with a client base that wants large character sets. It's just hard to do by yourself. So I think like partnerships will be a bigger part of it, whether it's a formal team or an informal team. I think that'll be a bigger part of the work.
All right, one or well, maybe two more, but next one is, how do you manage your time between business and design and still have a life?
Not well. You know, James gave a much better answer than I did last night. I do this. I try and carve out an hour to myself each day, which has recently become a half an hour where I ride my bike, and that's how I keep my sanity. And then it's really hard to balance business and design, like running the business and doing design. And to be perfectly honest, like Jesse and I both maintain, I mean, it's under the umbrella of XYZ type, but we have client bases and client projects. So I'm trying to juggle like the time to draw for retail versus the time spent dealing with clients. Is something that we have not met. We are working at figuring out what that balance could be. But right now we both, you know, it feels, for, you know, putting food on the table and paying rent reasons, it tends more towards client work. And so that takes away from doing retail work, and retail work is where we want to spend more of our time. So I don't know how, someone last night said that Eric Van Blockland said that James was like the best person he's ever met in terms of time management. I'm probably the worst, so I don't have a good answer. You do the best that you can, and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes you just don't. You can't do everything all the time, and occasionally you have to sleep.
Yeah.
So I know that's not a very good answer to your question, but that's how it works for me.
No, I mean, you do what you can. What do you think, Santiago? Do we have time for one more question?
Yes, yes. The last one from Jose Luis.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Luis has a good question.
Yeah. All right. Right now, there is a trend of making typography more involved into technology or technological environments, and also handmade, like calligraphy or lettering. And the curious thing is that they're often opposite paths. How do you see it landing into business models in the future?
I mean, I think honestly, they are kind of separate things. I think it's a rare foundry or person who kind of does both. I think there are exceptions to that. Claire, you have?
Yeah, no, I guess I'm just thinking about like Cortado and like, I mean, obviously thinking about Cortado, but like these really smart typefaces. So you're sort of like creating a product that can kind of do a little bit of both, but then also like variable fonts adds a whole other layer to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's this way of bringing in, Claire makes a good point. Like our typeface Cortado is this idea of bringing, and it's based on the calligraphy work of, now I'm going to totally blank on her name. It'll come to me. She's a Norwegian illustrator, Cecilia Karlstadt. So Cecilia's work and sort of making that a typeface. I mean, I think those things work. I mean, clearly House Industries does that. Maybe Ken Barber at House maybe does that the best of anyone. I think underwear maybe also, underwear for sure actually. But those things are still not like completely calligraphy. They kind of mimic calligraphy. They can never be the same. And so people are doing like really like beautiful lettering. You know, it's hard to make a typeface do that. Lettering has this advantage of, you know, the word, and typefaces don't know the word. And so you can get away with so many things in lettering that you can't in a typeface. So I think they're sort of bifurcated. I think there are people who do both and offer that as services. And I think that you can combine them. But I don't know about the business model, because like our business model for lettering is really like, we'll do lettering for like typographic lettering, as I call it. So more logo type stuff. So I think there's this idea of lettering as like the hand letter, but there's also I think something more type designers do is lettering in the sense of like taking a logo or a word mark and cleaning it up and making it work really well. It doesn't feel lettered, but I still consider that lettering because you're making a mark for a specific instance. And so I think there is a business model in that for sure. It's one that we have. It's something that we do for clients. So I think there's the model there, but I don't know how you merge like doing like really beautiful like calligraphy as and lettering and then running a type foundry. I think you can merge those, but they're sort of divergent paths.
Right.
Yeah. All right, Ben. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us all these 4 days to help us, distracting us from the imminent stuff, good stuff. So, let me finish with something. Yes, thank you. Thank you to our sponsors, TypeMate, for organizing it, Font Bureau, Adobe Fonts, thank you, we love you, Morisawa, and see you next year. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a party. There's a party in 2 hours. Disco Machine will be playing, and we won't broadcast that, so we can just go crazy, right, Doctor? Disco Machine. Ben, did you remember?
Yeah, that's the idea. That's the idea.
Oh, good question. Is it going to be in the same Zoom link?
It's another link that went.
Oh, right. It was in the email. It's at the, yeah, I think it's the last link in today's email.
Thank you. Thank
Thanks,
you.
Santiago. Thank you, Claire.
Thank you, Lawrence. Lawrence, it's very late for you.
It's a pleasure. It's been good. And thanks again, Ben, for your talk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
See you soon. Bye-bye. Thank you.
It's nice to see people, at least
Bye-bye,
virtually.
everybody.
It is so
Yep,
nice.
it certainly is.
Thank you all. I'm all excited about some type.
We need to go buy beer.
Yeah, let's go get some tequila.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna stop the broadcast.